Good morning, all. I'd like to welcome you in the second day of Muwatin's conference, annual conference. I'd like to say that we will have an activity. So we are trying to, we are running different activities and uh, for two voices. We are communicating with the union. Second is that and this means that I can barely hear him. He's very far from the mic. And I'm very happy to say that uh, there should be three speakers. There should have been three speakers with us. One of them is could not make it this morning. Yesterday, he was it was better, but today he's not well. So we hope that he was able to make it from Tunisia. This means that we will remain with two papers, and this will give time for the speakers. The two speakers are Dr. George Jackaman, and Dr. George Jackaman is a faculty member of the Department of Philosophy and Cultural Studies, the MA program in Democracy and Human Rights, and the MA program in Contemporary Arab Studies. Previously, he served as a dean of the Faculty of Arts and the faculty of and founder of the graduate studies at Birzeit University. He also had served as a general director of the Palestinian Institute of the Study and Democracy, Muwatin. So we'll give him the floor in a minute. And the title of George's title is not always the shrinking about shrinking spaces. The second paper will be presented by Dana Faraj. Dana Faraj is an assistant researcher at Muwatin, and she is a lawyer. She is registered at the Bar Association. She got her MA in international law from France, and her interests are in the law field, human rights, the international human rights law. And as I've mentioned, the title of Dana's paper is Unions as a Public Sphere, the Public and Professional Domains of Unionism. And so I urge the speakers. So I will check. We will start with Dr. George. Thank you. And good morning, all. I would like to thank Birzeit University for giving us the chance in this session. And I'm an elected was elected as a member in 1979. It was I was preceded by Dr. Sharif Kanane. So, and in all universities, um, there were different. Then they need to do something about the voice. I can't hear. Sorry, but echo and unclear. Today has reminded me. It's really bad. It's really bad, the voice. Um, and then the focus was, uh, and then he hit it's not clear. It goes without saying that there is a continuous effort to shrink the spaces for those who seek political or societal change in Palestine, and in most cases where the Palestinian Authority sees a threat to its authority or contradicts its policies or interests. This restriction takes various forms, ranging from sending thugs to attack demonstrators or protesters in key locations in Ramallah and other cities in the West Bank, to arresting activists, including political arrests, and changing and tightening the laws that are related to freedom of assembly or laws related to freedom expressing an opinion published and in publications and websites of all kinds, including social media. However, despite this restriction, there are areas that can be used, or more precisely, these areas have to be expanded despite the restriction, albeit under conditions that are not always available, as I will explain later. These spaces have been exploited, sometimes with success and with failure, or with a measure at other times. Examples of such spaces or change, I refer but not limit to the strikes of public school teachers in 1997, 98, in 2000, 2016, 2020, and 2022. I would also like to refer to the protests that accompanied the announcement of a social security law the end of 2018 and beginning of 2019, which prompted the government to withdraw the law. The protests that followed the killing of Nizar Banat, and the protests and efforts to change that was undertaken by a number of NGOs to reform specific laws or reform the judicial system as a whole, in which the Bar Association had also participated. And in fact, many other issues that have taken place over the years with mixed results. In this session, I will present four examples that to show the reasons for success or failure and the main elements of weakness, and which in general apply to other cases. I would like to point out at the beginning that the most important thing in such examples is not the presence of or absence of space for social or political action for a change, but rather the reasons for success, even if the presence of this restriction and the reasons for failure that hindered success in the absence of the necessary factors to overcome this restriction. I start with the teacher strikes from 1997 and up to this year that have achieved a number of not few successes, even if not all the demands were met. One of the main reasons for the success of the Unified Teachers Movement is clear. It's the broad base of teachers in public schools in the West Bank. The number exceeds 30,000 teachers. The majority of them have committed to the strike according to the movement's program. Thus, they were able to paralyze the educational process in public schools almost completely, which led to a societal crisis of several dimensions, and which, of course, needs to be resolved. This is a great source of strength that other protest movements lacked, and it was one of the reasons for their failure. However, this is not the only factor in the relative success of the movement. At a degree close to the importance of the numerical factor, another factor was found. It's the replacement of the strike leadership made up of representatives of the Palestinian General Union of Teachers, which is part of the Palestine Liberation Organization, which was a hindering factor and was initially replaced by an officially unrecognized committees that led to the strike and later called the Unified Teachers Movement. In order to understand the issue with a general union of teachers and more generally what is known as the people's organizations affiliated with the PLO, I will briefly address, and because of the importance of this topic, I will call it the danger of transferring the PLO model to the rule of people on their land and the negative consequences of that on Palestinian societal organization and the political system as a whole. As is well known, the PLO did not comprise of factions and parties only, but its structure sought to represent the Palestinians as a whole and included labor and student unions, unions of writers, women and teachers, and institutions, research centers, and non-governmental organizations. The requirement of the national action and the diaspora, the pooling of the energies of the Palestinian society justified such a comprehensive and inclusive organization that's headed by the executive committee of the Liberation Organization, which was necessary to preserve the collective identity of Palestinians and preserve the self and define its identity in the face of approaching exile and the threat of extinction. But the internal contradiction became clear after its transfer to the rule of people on their land. and the identification of the PLO with the Palestinian Authority. This contradiction lies in the merging between societal institutions, which became known as civil society organizations, with the Palestinian Authority after its establishment. As they are the institutions of PLO, where the Palestinian Authority became represented because of the lack of separation between the two. No one seemed to realize the danger of transferring this authoritarian model, which is comprehensive, inclusive for the purpose of ruling a people over their land. The Palestinian Authority, therefore, has now a non-governmental and governmental organizations, including the Teachers Union, which is headed by employees in the state of Palestine, since PLO, according to an official website classification, has become affiliated with the state in this case. And indirectly, the government, which is also the operator, has become the representative of workers, who are the teachers. The employer represents the workers. Conflict of roles and conflict of interests. So, if in Beirut University, the administration, so and this is just like happens in basic university. It's clear that there is this problem in the positioning, and this is the right position now for it. So, thank you. Very clear now. Thank you. So the withdrawal of recognition of the General Union of Teachers by teachers and the formation of another leadership was one of the factors of success, because they consider that the union represents the government. And this is the reason for the failure of many of the unions that are considered people's unions affiliated with the PLO, which are now the government of the state of Palestine now represents them. This is for this first case. As for the second case, it's related to the Social Security law, where the Palestinian Authority was in the process of enacting it, and which had sparked widespread protests for different reasons. And the authority was forced to withdraw it and to disregard its implementation. I would like to note here that I will make some quick notes without going in details, because there is a paper on this topic that will be presented today. It will be presented by Anmar Rafidi. The paper is based, Anmar's paper is based on original and important research as a case study. And the research was prepared for a master's thesis at Oxford University, which it had focused on the organizational aspect accompanying the process, which is extremely important for the success or failure of efforts to change, as these are restrictions on these efforts. I would like to refer here to a paradox that had accompanied the opposition of the implementation of this law. It lied that the employers and workers united in the position against the application of the law. So they've worked together in solidarity and supported each other for the purpose of annulling it. This is despite the fact that the social security system is supposed to be a vital requirement for the purpose of achieving a measure of social justice, and in principle in the best interest of workers. Also, it had parties that consider themselves left-wing participated in protesting against the law, and that champion social justice and as an essential part of their program. And without that, they're considered as leftists by definition. There is now a new effort to implement the law, perhaps after making some amendments to it, and we will see what the reactions regarding it would be. So this is a success also case. As for the protests that followed, the killing of Nizar Banat, which continued for several weeks and had taken various forms, and large parts of Palestinian public opinion did not meet the basic demand of the protest which is to have an independent criminal investigation and punish those responsible for that. However, due to the constant pressure of public opinions for several months, the authority was forced to take what might have been called tactical steps that might raise the great pressure it was facing. The problem for the authority, meaning, was that the one who committed the crime was a group affiliated with one of the apparatuses, and this was certainly done on the instructions of the leaders. But I think it's highly unlikely that the instructions given to them, including killing him, and perhaps they were asked to give him a lesson that he will never forget before bringing him to jail. And in evidence that they brought him to the hospital while he was in a coma, or maybe that he was already dead. But due to the constant pressure and protest, the authority had to do something else. The group that had committed the crime was placed in Jericho prison, and then they were released during the Eid, and maybe there were the discussions amongst them. Anyway, after a period of time, the official responsible for the apparatus was appointed as a minister in the government in a gesture towards the public opinion that he was removed from his position, but he was appointed to a higher position. In general, this was a case of failure in meeting justice. The reason for this is that the pressure of the public opinion was not enough, and demonstrations and protests were not massive or a million to shake the government. Also, this was a difficult case for the Palestinian Authority, since the accused is one of the entities we've seen during the Arab uprisings and revolutions that the Arab regimes are forced at times to make a change if they were faced with massive or a million demonstrations, as if it was just a formality without even compromising to the core of the system or a limited amount of reform. But however, another important element is the public pressure, and mass demonstrations are not the only factor that lead to change. There are other factors in most cases. For example, in the case of Tunisia, Ben Ali was dismissed, but this does not enable the army to remain neutral and did not seek to suppress the demonstrators. In Egypt, the army played an active role in eliminating Mubarak as a scapegoat, fearing that the demonstrations would turn into a coup against the regime. And in coordination with the United States, by the way, as Obama had admitted in his memoirs issued 2 years ago. In Algiers, uh, Abdelaziz Bouteflika resigned after 6 weeks of mass demonstrations. In Sudan's case, as in Algiers, the army played a key role in ousting Omar al-Bashir. I now go to the fourth and last example. It's that the efforts of NGOs over the years try to reform specific laws, for example, penalties for what is known as the honor killing, children's rights, anti-corruption, and the like. The results of these endeavors had been very limited for three reasons. The first is that civil organizations in general lack having a broad popular base that can contribute to pressure towards reform by protesting or demonstrating. We have seen the relative effectiveness of this in the Arab uprisings and revolutions. With regards to civil organizations, the current situation is that every organization looks to at the reform mostly from its perspective or the perspective of its specialized work. This is a big mistake that will keep the situation as it is. And the executive authority may even welcome these scattered specialized efforts since it can be portrayed as evidence of freedom of criticism and expression and of active reform efforts. As for the second reason, it's that the priority of reform should lie in reforming the judicial system as a whole after its collapse and the dominance of the executive authority over it, and the loss of any possibility of resorting to it to challenge the executive authority. For example, as happened in the cancelling of parliamentary elections without a legal document that gives the authority the authority to do this. Therefore, the first priority should be a concerted effort in a collective effort for every organization, institution, union, or organized body in the society to work in an orderly and programmed manner for the purpose of reforming the judicial system and making it independent of the executive authority. Without this, no reform can take place. As for the third reason, it lies in the weak organizational base of most Palestinian political parties, with the exception of Hamas and Fatah. And I will talk more about this. This aspect weakens the work of civil society organizations. And this would again affect their work, which will be affected in another situation by the program of the parties and will check their compass and their interaction with those programs and with mutual influence, as in the case of other countries. So this is something very important to note, the relation between the two, and same goes for unions. As for Hamas and Fatah, Hamas in the West Bank, it's in a position of self-preservation and self-defense as it's known, and not in a position that enables it to contribute in the reform efforts or to participate in massive public protests. But for Fatah, actually, what's happening is that there is no single Fatah, and it's not clear what is the significance of this name now, despite it's the association of Fatah is with the authority, and the distinction that made between Fatah, the authority, and Fatah, that's not the authority. So, and I say, despite the meetings held by President Abu Mazen with Fatah from time to time, well, in practice means that the Central Committee of of Fatah and others that are not in the Central Committee, but they are accounted on it. Or the practical reality is that these that were now mentioned are members of another party that is actually called the ruling party. This is because those who attended the meeting of the National Council in the 2018 or had witnessed the formation of it on TV would have seen the formation of another party, which is actually the ruling party now, meaning that the one who has the power to provide benefits despite the limitations and who supports it, and it is as a continued existence. This party is called, has a name. It's the party of authority, and it consists of a wide spectrum that includes members of the Central Committee and others who consider themselves as Fatah, and businessmen and women, former members of the Legislative Council, members of a number of PLO parties as it is now, and court intellectuals and professionals of different professions, and so on. So this is the uh, power, the party of power. However, the main question regarding Fatah, who will take over the name of the movement in the future? I mean, after the current stage, the stage of Abu Mazen and the phase of the generation that had a militant past, or those who are leaning on this past, as is clearly shown in the media line of Palestine TV and radio, uh, for example. Sometimes if you note that it's a trend that from 40 years or more and about on the radio TV. So these all seems as if we're back to Lebanon in the armed struggle. So this is what I mean, that they're leaning on it. There's a continuous effort to regain the past for just to refer to the future, to the present. But I think this has its own effect. Now, not much. We're now at the beginning of this phase. We're now at the beginning of this transitional phase. It's because that those who will make it to the phase from this generation will not have this past that is which was ended after leaving Lebanon in 1982. We're now at the beginning of this stage, and the expanding the spaces of struggle will take a field character at the beginning due to the injustice of the occupation and the continued theft of land and the increasing and uncontrolled violence of the settlers on the ground. So we see in the case of Al-Aqsa martyrs in Jenin and Nablus, and this is a struggle over who is Fatah now. So this is a struggle over who is Fatah now. And politically, there I was on the field. Politically, as in the case of the reform movement started by Nasser al-Qudwa, regardless of how we consider it, he said it was a criticism to the authority as it is now, and he was looking for something different, and that's why he was excluded. I expect that the phenomenon of Fatah expatriates, I mean, any expatriates from Fatah, and by the way, they're actually very large in numbers. It will be the incubator for Fatah that will be a new Fatah after this stage, or renewed. Although the struggle over the expansion of protest spaces will continue in the future, but achieving results in the struggle depends to a large extent on the mechanisms used and the aspects to be reformed. In conclusion, expanding spaces for political and societal action for change requires the presence of strong parties in the sense that it has a relatively broad mass base recruited for specific purposes that aid to or lead to a change. In addition, the necessary organizational structure for the success of change efforts and to combat the shrinking of these spaces requires other organized and effective frameworks, especially unions of all kinds, not only trade unions, labor unions, all kinds, and others of all professions, and those that are independent of the Palestinian Authority as they are now. I mean, after this authority had become, that is, after the PLO had become one of the circles of the Palestinian state that is not actually, did not actually exist, that was mobilized to serve the existing regime.
Thank you, Dr. George. Whoever did not have breakfast, this was a real good meal, a rich one. Thank you, Dr. George. You touched upon important themes in order to understand the state of confusion, the existing state of confusion in the Palestinian scene between the private and public, political and societal, what is possible and what is required, problems and solutions that he addressed. He concluded saying that the savior is the political parties. Political parties to to synergize with the association or union work, but there are still more questions that would be raised in the discussion, such as what do we mean by national parties? Is Palestine in need of strong parties? Actually, what do you mean by strong parties? Or do they work as a compass that is more successful than before? And then the public sphere in which the various powers play in the Palestinian context is what has been offered to the Palestinians, the little space provided by the occupation. This is such a problem. What is the public sphere in the Palestinian context? What do we mean by it? Who made it? Where are its boundaries? Who are the actors? And thus such questions to me are important to think about when we reflect on to think about all these questions because they're important in order to understand the confused relationship between the community, the societal and political. He used 4 examples that were very useful to shed light on this topic. We would not be far from this argument. We will have another intervention. The next intervention will be by Dana Faraj. I hope Dana is ready, and good morning. The title of your paper, Unions as a Public Sphere, the public and professional domains of unionism. Then the floor is yours. And you have up to 25 to 30 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Sorry that I'm not there today, but because the date of the conference was changed, so I had to do it online. If you can get closer to the mic. نعم مسموع. مسموع واضح.
احنا سامعينك. مسموع. مسموع.
نعم الصوت مسموع واضح.
مسموع؟ أي على زوم مسموع. يبدو المشكلة ألو.
They're still fixing the sound.
مسموع؟
أنا في سامعتينا؟
أنا سامعة.
طب احكي.
تمام. صباح الخير.
احكي عماله بس لانه مش
صباح الخير.
التليفون.
أنا سمعت.
طيب دانا سامعتيني؟
صحيح.
اذا فيك تستخدمي الموبايل وتركيز الصوت كيف حتشوفي على خط
النقابة تحية العام.
Then I would suggest to try to get use of the time. I think we can, until the technical sound issues are fixed, let's open a discussion with Dr. George. His paper was a very rich one that we can do a Q&A. For those who want to comment, Sahar, please. Please introduce yourself. Sahar, please. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Jakaman Giasman, for the topic, the interesting topic regarding the social security. One of the reasons of the success of the action against it was the lack of trust by the government. That's how the efforts were unified between the employers and employees. There had been a lot of interventions. It's clear that those were politicized and did not have any equality. There was no equity. The main success for that action was the lack of confidence in the government. Regarding efforts by the government, non-government organizations or CSOs, the issue, whether it be in the CSOs or in the government institutions, was that the board of directors themselves were the main problem. I worked in many NGOs and unions of the NGOs. There was the Charitable Societies Association, the Pingo, and the Wataniya Pro Fatah institution. If we take, for example, the Palestinian civil society organizations network, there is the hydrologic, medical, BSAN, agriculture, Damir. It involves 7 institutions. The board of directors of these 7 institutions are, and of course, they're one of the most institutions. They appointed a director or a president to them. This, in the absence of good governance, they were not successful. I worked with them. I've seen everything. We would replace Mustafa Barghouthi by Jarrar, the late Jarrar, or Tamimi, or anybody else. Just the 7 members would remain the same. So because of the lack of good governance, and this applies to the government institutions. If we go to a commission, a fund, an institution, same 7 or 8 members, same deputy ministers or board of directors. They control all 7 institutions. We have a serious problem in the public governance, the governance itself. Yeah, thank you for sharing this idea. Joyce, good morning. Dana, good morning. Yes. Yes, please go ahead. Good morning, everyone. I apologize for what happened and that I'm not present. I was supposed to be at the conference, but due to the changing of the date of the conference and the changing of plans, I was abroad. There's now an event by the associations and unions outside so we have the session today that comes within the framework of the association and union. The title of my intervention, The Union as a Public Sphere, the Public and Professional Scope of Union Action. Yes, we can hear you well. The intervention revolves around trade unions as a tool for change by understanding about why did they decline and how to regain their role by understanding unions as embodying the public space, the public sphere of workers and their effective struggle role for unionists and workers, and the public domain, by which we mean the public interest and the collective issues and concerns that are formed during the stages of struggle. My intervention today is part of our work in Muwatin about the Unions Association, and it focuses on the Gramsci and Lebanese thinkers. Gramsci says that the first school where employees learn their struggle is the associations. He said that the trade unions did not speak, but on behalf of certain associations, such as with the specific objectives, such as improving the wages, and this was very obvious in the Palestinian trade union and labor movement since the formation of the concept of trade union in Palestine before the 1936 revolution, and the involvement of workers in it has constituted a backbone for national liberation work, organizing and building labor and professional unions, which contribute to the human rights, social and economic struggle for social justice, and its alignment and integration with the rest of the bodies and frameworks. Proceeding from the view that the mass trade union organization is a basis for building organized collective actions, for example, the alignment and integration with the rest of the bodies and frameworks of the national liberation movement and the rest of the components, we notice that the unions have made a number of successes in confronting all sorts of suppression and this suppression that is connected to private interests of the employers and capitalists that is embodied in any sort of collective work. Now we're asking, are we before a return to the unions work? Is the rising of these unions is an indication of success and an ability to work with all the with the national political and other projects? Does this mean that workers and trade unionists who suffer from various forms of oppression should put their struggles behind in the name of national liberation struggle? In the context of union work today, in the first a part of addressing the associations work, we try to align the national struggle and class struggle. Unions are forced to face all the colonial practices and the neoliberal practices or policies that we talked about that resulted from the resistance and also by the a problem that made controlling some of the politics in some unions is more complicated. I'm also talking about the reform struggle. Are we, do we want to change and reform the work and the labor environment? Speaking about the roots of labor, of unions, they were born in historic environment to improve their conditions. Union organization is a cornerstone and entry point for building and developing a civil society. Unions are forced to confront both exploitation and the reality of colonial practices and the neoliberal policies that resulted from the approach adopted by the Palestinian Authority, which exacerbated inequality and strengthened individualism, which made political control of some unions possible. The beginning of the union is connected to the colonial and the national struggle. The association started to be formed in the beginning of the 20th century. The Palestinian unions were not allowed to practice certain practices. As for the one who was started in 1920, it was confined to the Jewish labor unions, and it has a role in the Zionist movement, which made the Palestinian unions in the year 1923 to form a committee representing Palestine, and therefore in Haifa in 1925 there was a Arab laborers union. The revolution of 1936 and the involvement of workers in it from the beginning, the role of the Arab Workers Association in Jaffa. Also, Ghassan Kanafani spoke in his book describing the 1936 revolution as an armed revolution under the leadership of the working class, the cohesion of the class struggle, the national interest, and the religious sentiments, a form of union organization that began to appear in Palestine at the beginning of the 20th century. Therefore, Palestinian and Arab workers decided in 1923 to withdraw from the Histadrut and to establish their own labor organization to help needy workers in the name of the Brotherly Committee for Palestine Railways. The Palestinian trade union and labor movements have historically played a pioneering role on two levels. The first is the national liberation level from colonialism, and the second is its central role in organizing the labor movement and building labor and professional unions. The association of these unions with the national parties, especially the left, and their support for them has been strengthened in forming a human rights liberation perspective that raises the banners of justice, freedom, patriotism, and the right to self-determination. It is imperative to understand the role of trade unions in Palestine in light of the understanding of the colonial context in which the Palestinian people live. And from this context stems the need to understand the interrelationship between the national struggle and the class struggle, including understanding the limits of the work of the trade unions, their capabilities, and their harmony with the rest of the components of the national and social liberation movements. The role of the labor movement focused on building labor and professional unions, which contribute to the struggle for rights and social justice for the movement and the working class, and are linked to the national dimension and the right to self-determination. However, the role of trade unions differed according to different circumstances. Subsequent to the establishment of the Palestinian Authority, today more than 200,000 workers work in the government sector, 20% of the labor force distributed among the various economic sectors. There are tens of different trade and professional unions in Palestine, and they work within the framework of the PLO and the political forces and factions. In addition to independent union formations, however, as a result of the aforementioned changes, union work in Palestine today suffer from weaknesses at the level of organization and vision. Many union structures suffer from the absence of representative legitimacy for the sectors they represent, and others suffer from weak participation and effectiveness, in addition to the control of political parties over union work. This led to the removal of trade union bodies from their voluntary and public content towards employment and financing, in addition to their weak role in defending workers' rights and at the level of discussion and the criticism of laws. The Palestinian Central Bureau of it is noted that it did not increase much from 2017, as the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics indicates that the percentage of workers 15 years and over who are affiliated with trade unions in 2017 in Palestine is 17.4%, and it decreases to 12.4% in the West Bank. The main objective of trade unions is to protect the rights and interests of workers, improve working conditions such as vacations, bonuses, and allowances. Harmony between the demand struggle and the national struggle, between the trade unions and revolutionary parties. The role of trade unions in the colonial context is inseparable from the role of the rest of the bodies and frameworks of the national liberation movement, and is integrated with the role of other components of civil society. Therefore, attention should be paid to the fact that the trade union organization does not become the only form of community organization, and at the same time that one form of community organization does not dominate over another. There's a need for political party organization and the accompanying struggle tools and various forms of social and mass organization. It is important to realize the ceiling of union work and its limits, as the demanding struggle affects the national liberation struggle and is affected by it. Therefore, in these moments, it is worthwhile to raise the national struggle above the demanding struggle, so that the liberation struggle is not hindered and distorted from its goals. And this is what reveals the transcendence of political awareness compared to union awareness, which cannot achieve its strategic goal without linking it to political awareness. The ceiling of union work within trade unions is necessarily a demanding struggle, mostly economic, of a reformist nature that seeks to improve working conditions and conditions within the limits and frameworks set by the employer who embodies the capitalist system and its restrictions regulated by the text of law. Therefore, it is worth paying attention to the possibility of infringing the demanded struggle with the radical struggles with a higher ceiling, and to ensure that the revolutionary and partisan struggle in order to achieve reformist demands is not obstructed. There's no doubt that reformism is a dangerous germ if it enters into revolutionary movement that will annihilate it and paralyze every political practice of class struggle set by Mahdi Amir. The revolutionary class undoubtedly fails to be revolutionary in its political practice of class struggle when it wages the struggle with a reformist non-revolutionary ideology, for example, that is with an ideology subject to the domination of the ideology of the dominant class. This is a major reason, if not the first reason, for the failure of many revolutionary movements in colonial societies, such as our Arab countries, for example. The main obstacle to the development of the revolutionary movement is in these societies is the fact that the working class exercises class struggle in the historical conditions peculiar in these colonial societies with an ideology that it is some extent under the domination of pretty bourgeois ideology. The revolutionary nature of political practice is initially determined within the framework of the ideological struggle before it is determined within the framework of the political struggle. Its selection from ideological practice determines its selection from political practice, as there is no revolutionary movement without revolutionary theory. And within the understanding of the Palestinian situation as part of the colonial situation, which is an inherent feature of capitalism, and taking into account that the interests of the working class are an important and original part of the interests of society. However, in the stage of national liberation, it has an interest in cooperation and alliance with the interests of other groups. So history is the history of the class struggle, which means a political struggle, and every social revolution is necessarily a political revolution, and the trade union is an instrument of the class struggle. But it is not a tool for resolving this struggle, for it is a struggle that can only be resolved in the end politically. The trade union organization constitutes in and of itself one of the institutions of the capitalist system, and without capitalism, the trade union movement would not have existed, just as the national liberation movement arises due to colonialism. The capitalist interest lies in the continued reproduction and development of capital, a process that produces workers' poverty. So the eradication of capitalism is beyond what the trade unions can handle. The trade union is not a political party, and it cannot be charged with partisan tasks directly or indirectly that contradict or are inconsistent with the essence of its basic tasks. Speaking about the other side of the public interest from both interviews, from the trade unions and from the tools, the authoritative tools, the executive and the judicial tools. Is it a suffocation or shrinking of the trade unions, or is it an aware understanding of the trade unions? We notice the interests of the building alliances and the requirements and the collective identity that my colleague Anmar might address. I would be speaking also about the importance of the social support, societal support for trade unions regarding the struggle is. It is important to align the interests of these trade unions and the public interest. And if the main strength of unions lies in their aggregation of workers, they also divide them, because its logic is to negotiate in order to improve working conditions within the framework of capitalism. It is formed on the basis of the categorical division of workers, maps drawn and determined by capital. It establishes division among workers on the basis of professions or industries, and also each trade union places the interest of the group it represents before the interests of the work as a whole. We can say that the trade union struggle is an ethical and unselfish one. It is justified in terms of its impact on the society. To think about the objectives and the results of the strikes and the public actions, who are the categories, who are the segments who are impacted and who should be involved in the trade unions, with an impact, with a positive impact on the public interest. Looking at the solidarity among the trade unions and the demands or requirements, and reserving a level of harmony between the interests and the requirements by the trade unions and the public. For example, the engineers, the engineers trade union, the bar association. It is important to be aware of the differences, so that not to face a gap between them. And there are some trade unions who are still confronting the employers. They continue their struggles to achieve some of their basic rights. They still suffer from in this struggle. Solidarity among the trade unions only enhances the trade unions movement, and also the work to enhance the cultural level of employees, and also a unity among the trade unions. the trade unions are important in the civil society, important elements in the civil society, initiative for decision making and exerting pressure on the decision makers, not merely the basic livelihood requirements. Going back to the public interest, what it means, who decides? According to the, is it according to the employer or the policies or the trade unions? There are many examples showing the intervention of the judiciary and executive authorities in determining the concept of public interest, especially in strikes, work strikes, and how they impact the labor sector. In reviewing the decisions issued by the Palestinian courts, we find that they only undermine the trade unions and the right to strike in Palestine. In the international agreements or conventions that the Palestinian state considered, the International Court of Justice said that some of the strikes conflict with the public interest, and are in favor of the executive authority. Some examples, the Supreme Court of Justice's decision to stop, to end the doctors, the physicians strike and the Bar Association strike in 2018. The court issued a decision to suspend this strike. We noticed that the cabinet's decision in 2014 was to consider the trade unions is not a legal body or entity, which thwarted the role of the trade union. Some of the decisions that could be cynical is a decision about the strike of the Alberia municipality labor strike. The decision was about the public interest, the citizens' interest, and that the Alberia municipality employees strike would only harm the image of the city and would lead to a lot of diseases, and that the individual interest does not necessitate a strike and is against the public interest. So you feel here the manipulating with the concepts and the provisions of the law, as you know that the law can be used to any interest, and this was embodied in the Birzeit University's employees union. I'm about to finish. If you can conclude, please. In 14 minutes. Okay, I'm about to finish. Some of the decisions was that the judges in 2017 were about to go into a strike in refusing the attack on a lawyer at the Court of Magistrates, but at the end, this whole situation was cared about, was contained. To conclude, we noticed that the suppression by the authority is linked to the interests of the authority and to the employer, which also needs an in-depth study about about equal interests, the political interests of the authority to prevent any trade union or any assembly with the employers and capitalists, and preventing this. It's important to not to harm the collective, the organized collective work of laborers, as we understand Mahdi Amir's work, that the state is a class suppression entity to keep the controlling class against other classes from practicing their political the struggle, and without making any changes. This is how I conclude.
Thank you, Dana. So we will open the floor now for any comments, observations, questions. And but I'd like here to be before we start, Dana, you've thrown before us a big number of concepts and terminologies that you've succeeded, in fact, in convincing us that these are the borders of the problem that lies before us. Especially when you were daring and said that national struggle and union struggle and demands, they have contradictions amongst them. And so my question, and in addition to this contradiction between them, isn't it necessary to identify uh, those who are responsible for this struggle? Not every national struggle has one nature, one approach, one goal or goals. Uh, this is a big term that can include many actions and many. For instance, the French collaborators during Hitler times, it was a national action to them because the interest of the French homeland needed that they support Hitler. And here we're not in a very far situation from this. There is this chaos in the what concepts mean. We're lost in some concepts, and for me, it's not clear to me what's different between what's the difference between political and national and union struggle and class and social um, concepts. It's but it they're all of them each of them has its own identification. However, if we want to link them together to four or five spheres, it's the society, the state, the authority, the system, the government, public and private. So the level of complexity becomes big and magnified, and it's very unfortunate for the union's action, whether these problems would pursue it. Is it serving who, why, where it's not working in a paralyzed or amputated other spheres. I don't claim that I have answers for this, but I think that these are different dimensions of the problem, and I think they might be responsible somehow for the um, disruption of the union work, not only in Palestine but elsewhere in the world. Therefore, there's a necessity to look for other angles or um, entries or outings that can address these humanitarian demands in general. I will open the floor now to any question or any comment. Thank you. I would go back to Dr. George's paper, and I believe that the answer to the title of this conference and giving the examples from reality was very good. Just to understand what are the actors of change. But there's one of the examples that you've listed about the Nizar Banat. Maybe it's an inquiry more than anything else. Do you think that using excessive force of the security forces or the executive authority and the Palestinian Authority, as we all know, there was ex extortion, it was the gas, there was they assaulted, there was harassment. So there was a new use of excessive force, new to us as Palestinian society in this unprecedented force that they've used. do you believe that under all this, in these new methods of excessive force that were used, that were not used to, were the reason of the recess of these protests and that took place for many weeks? Or do you think the diagnosis was clear in your paper when you said there is no existence for parties that have presence, or or is it both reasons together that we get now very intimidated of what happens? So we really takes have to be very considerate when we go to the streets to demand for a real demand, and in order not to be um, uh, ex uh, manipulated or so on. So this is it. So and this is what I mean. This is, or is it out of despair that we know? For instance, we all know what we want to know. So that we express our rejection. So is it now to this level of despair? Because it's not only about what's happening in the street, it's to have the jurisdiction of those who or the of those who killed Nizar Banat is still an ongoing case in the court. And I've been in more than one human rights session where the retreat, and we've seen that there's a retreat to the presence of a control monitoring by international NGOs, whether and local ones to attend this court. So there is no follow up to where is the case. Where's the case now? What happened? Nobody shows that they care about the consequences, at least the legal, and except the family had withdrawn anyway because they are sure that this is only formality, and it's not true. Thank you. Well, this inquiry to Dr. George, right? Um, two comments about Dana's work. There are two observations. Late in the past years, it seems the union work in Palestine seems for the middle class and not the laborers, like doctors, university professors, lawyers. Maybe the water authority in Bethlehem or KSC, but they're more than for service providers than laborers. But the issue that we've really face is the laborers, engineers, doctors, and so on. And it's clear that they are active, but the discussion should be really focused on why trade unions or labor unions need to be. It's not about to mention it quick, and it needs to have a bigger. It should be given a bigger focus. Uh, the second issue, it's about the national, which is the priority. Well, in 1987, Intifada had solved this, because when the unified leadership have presented a number decisions, for instance, it confirmed what is the dollars rate, conversion rate, and organized some issues in the different cities along with workers, and this unified leadership have also intervened in some of the disputes that used to erupt between employers and laborers. This was solved, and I believe the solution was because it was the position, the high position of those unions then. Any other question? Any observation? We welcome any observation, any question. If not, we'll give the floor to Dr. George and Dana to answer. Dr. George, I would like to read a comment that was we've just got, and you're asked to answer for it. And it's clear that the rule of law is for parties representatives is part of the legal justice. However, in our Palestinian case, there are 3 points that need to be clarified. First, that the framework of unions was created to achieve social justice on the grounds. The second point is that the Palestinian law, at its most, it's a copy of other laws, and it's not customized to express the general public will of Palestinians. So Dr. George, would like your comment on this. Dr. George, please, if you please answer the questions that were posed to you. Thank you. I will start with the last point. Yes, actually, it's there's no question there, or there are only points. But anyway, these points are valid, of course, but it's not what's only related to the union, the work of the union. There are other aspects that we can really discuss. Amongst them is the organizing of the union, and that's why when I referred to Anmar's paper, I haven't read her master's thesis, and I know that it's related to the structural organization, and as Sahara had mentioned, there's the mistrust in the Palestinian Authority, and this is a main reason. It's why workers have uh, um, um, fought against the Palestinian social security law. What's important to us to know about the organizational structure, this is a very important thing with its different meanings. As for Sahar's point regarding the civil organizations, and so this could be a weakness in many cases, but it's not the only element. There are other elements for the weakness of civil organizations, mainly because and it's not related to it's related to other things, mainly that NGOs in general, it's not only that they're called NGOs, but any type of civil organizations. And in the history of their presence in Palestine goes back to the last century. The General Union of Charity Societies was supported by the government because they used to do the work that the government should have done, and so they used to carry out that work. So based on this identification, they don't have a public base or wide public base, and it's not only in the Arab world, in other places as well. So without having a wide base that would be able to go to the street and demonstrate, the efficacy of such organizations would be weak. And this is something, and the weakness of parties and of unions will weaken these institutions, especially that some of them, and not all of them, are that are supposed to have legitimacy, and we've seen that they would find the compass, because when there's another point, they would join it in order to join the other cases that are legitimate. So this is the main weakness. Other like specialties, and as I said, there are common grounds, but there's the common grounds among all or factors. It's the collapse of the judicial system affects everything else, because it eliminates the possibility for the rule of law. How can we combat corruption if groups, armed militias would go and assassinate the corrupt? There should be a mechanism within the system. As for Nizar Banat and using the excessive force by the authority, well, Ibn Khaldun said in one of his writings that the oppressed tries to follow the steps of the oppressor. Well, in some ways, it was just, yes, they've just followed other trends of tortures that happen in prisons, but other times, no. It's the use of science for evil purposes. This is how to torture without leaving a trace, how to torture to an extent that they beat without leading to the death of that tortured. So they were not trained on to how to torture him or beat him without killing him. And this is what led to his death. So it wasn't scientifically based, and that's why they did not follow the steps of the enemy, our enemy. Um, I'd like to say that I don't know if there are like better ways to do to perform their orders or I think the main point does not lie here. I think we've seen it many times the demonstrations and so on. So so as for Nizar Banan, he was we've seen that there were demonstrations for more than 1 month, but then and now there are only hundreds. Such protests will not leave an impact really. So there's a question about the structural organization of the society, and uh, and and we need really to instigate the enthusiasm among people, and the structural organization needs to be in place, especially in such cases. In other cases, no. For instance, the funerals of martyrs, we see thousands of people there, and there it's regarded in a different way, and this is an indicator of how people perceive things. So it's not the building of a state only. It's the resistance against occupation. So these were the issues raised to me. I can't hear a question without microphone. Depends on the Palestinian law, and it's not clear now what are we talking about since the dissolve of the Palestinian Legislative Council and without having a control from the Parliament Council, well, the number is much higher than what was approved 10 years ago. And it's not clear. Many legislations have been customized for certain purposes. So actually, yes, we're in a chaotic situation, and we cannot say that there is legitimacy in many of the laws, or at least laws that are only laws by decrees and were not passed by the Legislative Council. Dana, would you like to respond to anything of what you've seen? Of what you the questions that you got, and saying that the national struggle is more than the union struggle. If you can comment on that and on anything, thank you. Yeah, maybe this point somehow it was answered by Mr. Wissam Rafidi that all types of struggles were entangled. So we can say that there's national what's more important than unions and from reading about that were published by the unions in the 40s against the British occupation or the British mandate. There was always this parallel talk about the trade unions and their understanding of there's an occupier and we need to struggle to uh, for liberation from that enemy. So when there's a party, when there's a feminist movement, there's a national movement. So when all these entangled together, this is where this question answered. And as for Mr. Rami Marghuti, how can a union align between its demands and what's being demanded by others? Actually, I believe since the beginning of the strike and or any union strike, the union is the one capable of creating people around it and making its demands part of the public demand. And once this is, how can we ask if there was and we see that most who raise this question about the public interest is the authority and its tools, whether through the executive and the exception case that Mr. Jamil talked about yesterday, the exception situation we're living in, any struggle, and even when you talk about the rule of law, okay, the strike is legitimate, but within the framework of the law, but that it should not affect the life and so on. So or the lives. So this is what I want to reiterate. This question need to be answered differently. How can the union uh, shift the how it's perceived? And this would also be in line with what you've asked, that to find the tactical struggle is part of the organized struggle. And why do teachers strike? Because of the low salaries. And why low salaries? Because the budget is low for that is allocated for the education sector. So we need to engage all and understand that there was this disruption of education, and so in order to get this. Uh, and and this is it. Thank you. Okay, so at the end of this session, we'd like to extensively thank Dr. George Ackerman and Ms. Dania Faraj for their very important speeches. Thank you very much. And thanks for both speakers. Just a quick remark, is something technical. I said that after 15 minutes, lunch would be served. Actually, now there's a break before we resume again in the fifth session. Welcome. In 7 minutes, we'll meet for the fifth session.
With due respect to everyone, we would start with Miss Anmar Rafidi on successes of the middle class through organization and framing. Miss Anmar, we're talking about 20 minutes. You have maximum 20 minutes to make your presentations. Before I start, I have some notes about the paper. To be clear, this paper would be focusing on the initial action of the Social Security of 2016 that requested the amendment, and the paper would be focusing on the idea of mobilization and the movement's mobilization, and how this movement was able to bring more masses to the streets and to stay regardless of the movement status after 2 years. The paper is based on the resilience strategies of strategy of the conference. When we look at the Palestinian state after the Arab Spring, there had been some attempts similar to those in the neighboring countries. However, it is noted that actions or movements like March 15, May 5 that appeared emerged in Palestine were momental and were not able to mobilize for more masses or support, and were unable to continue for a long time. They were sometimes described as unable to go out of the space of Ramallah city, and used to appear with a little number of the public, maybe a few hundreds of the population, and would be reduced, then disappear after a number of months or a few months. And this is my paper is based on this important question, due to the referring to the huge numbers that were active over several months at the time. Since 2016, about 10 to 14,000 activists and demonstrators from the middle class who went out to the streets of Ramallah demanding the amendment of the Social Security law, which was the basis for a number of demonstrations and events that took place for a number of months, including more or mobilizing more demonstrators. This is how we started to think about how this movement, the Social Security movement, to make a success, and also imposing some political changes through the mobilization for a number of months. This paper also argues that made this middle class movement that used to be described as isolated and also interested in its own interests as opposed to the public interest. This paper would be going over 2 chapters of the MA thesis that I wrote last year about framing this movement, its discourse, and the so-called the social movements, the political structure, how this movement was able to use the political structure, the Palestinian political structure, for its own interest, and to frame itself in order to reach or to reach out to individuals more effectively. So these are main themes when we discuss this movement. In these 2 chapters in this paper are based on a number of interviews with activists in the movement, members of the Social Security Secretary, and also the discourse of the movement and the methodology of framing this framing analysis of the movement, the archives, editing. This presentation I would be presenting today would lead to some conclusions and lessons regarding the internal and the way how to do more mobilization for the interest of the best interest of the movement, the mobilization, especially when the individuals in the targeted group is too big, such as the middle class here in Palestine. There's a necessity to find or to found maybe subcommittees to integrate and to involve more individuals in order to work on unified demands such regarding the social security, the projects, and that are regarded that are connected to the education of the middle class, and not only a knowledge capital through the education process, but also the capacity and the ability of the educated to carry out tasks that would lead to the success of the requirements or demands of the action of or the movement. We see a number of seculars who say that the education plays an important role to make this leadership able to mobilize more individuals through a professional plan and thinking to frame the struggle and the impact of and to prepare strategies and tactics to collect and provide information in a good manner, which enables this middle class to follow other social movements. There are Palestinian movements that appeared after the Arab Spring, after 2011. The framing and theoretical position of the social movements only emphasizes the weakness of these movements for a number of reasons. The far organizational structure, internal organizational structure of these movements, the new or the modern literature does not address these movements, but discuss them as a secondary thing in a discussion that led to actually to the failure of these and the end of such movements. The framing is also about the lack of the new youth movements to mobilize more supporters for long periods of time. So after 2011, these movements were not organized or effective, and they discovered that they are unorganized, need or lack the central organizational foundations, or they failed, as I said before, to keep the momentum of these movements. Internally speaking, these movements were did not have clear agenda with clear requests, with clear demands to change the situation or the reality. They lacked planning and organization. I would be reviewing these two themes, highlighting the social security movement, and to see if these themes that is framing and organizing were the reason behind the success of the social security movement and mobilizing more than 10,000 persons, and to continue around to support this movement as a group of support. Discussing the previous literature focuses on the lack of internal organization and internal harmony and mobilization. However, the social security movement provides a clear example. The archives of the social security movement, in addition to the interviews with the secretary members, made us understand the basis or the foundations of the internal mechanisms, how the work mechanism was divided among the members, including, for example, the media committee, the social media, the legal committee, the coordination committee, and mobilization committee. This kind of organization reflected on the effectiveness and quality of the committee's work. So the members and the general committee were given their specialties. They were specialized in various fields, and the legal, the research about the movement, the specialized persons made comparisons and the researchers to get out the best plans to achieve or to realize the demands. For example, the movement at the beginning compared between the laws and regulations of the social security in the neighboring countries, for example, Jordan. In addition, and in order to expand the social security effectiveness in the various across the areas, there were representatives of the secretary and the general commission in the across in the various the different areas, each person representing one institution, which only contributed to support and help the members work in their institutions or organizations, and to increase their efforts. Also, it was important to have members from other institutions who would work in the administrative, in the secretary and the in their institutions, which was an additional characteristic, because these individuals or members were aware of the work mechanisms inside their institutions and in finding the best means to mobilize more employees and laborers from their institutions. This internal organization overlaps with the theoretical frames of the organizational structures of these movements. There are two important researchers who studied the social movements and the middle class, who said that despite the fact the importance of the big number of the middle class to help strengthen these movements, however, the expansion of the middle class means the expansion of their interests, and this would form a problem or maybe a difficulty on one request or demand. This could be true to the Palestinian middle class. However, there's a big number. According to the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics, about 64% of the components of the Palestinian society, that's middle class, and their interests could be very diverse. However, the results of the analysis and interviews, the movement was a clear example of representing the various sectors who are able to produce a mass or movement from all the harmed middle class. The movement, also the importance, the presence of 35 elements in the secretary representing the various sectors. The research talked about the way this movement was able to put all the demands from all the sides in one list of the movement's demands. Some worked with each segment or targeted the group separately, explaining the impact of the Social Security law and clarifying that the basic Social Security draft law did not include the items that can improve various segments, situations, or of the Palestinian society, whether the disabled, the laborers, and therefore it was necessary that we put all these target groups into consideration when we amend the Social Security law, and there had been some sectoral and geographical work in addition to persons who were asked to communicate with each targeted group separately to reach to clear demands that include all the various sectors. And the research who were the members of the secretary were in a consensus on the social or popular reflections on the mobilization of more masses, in particular regarding the movement expansion. Some of the research said that the Secretary General was, if it wanted to take a decision, it was the role of the coordinator inside the Secretary General to go to their original institutions and to discuss what has been agreed upon or discussed in the meetings, and to send a commitment, for example, on a certain day, a certain date, the institution would be closed down to take part in a certain demonstration or sit in. or March, and this applied also to businesses, other businesses like the companies or the factories, and this had a great impact on the movement. The movement also included 35 persons from different individuals from the secretary, and this also expanded the scope of the movement to a number of cities. They've seen that geographical diversity could have been maybe an obstacle before the movement expansion. However, the movement thought about certain persons in the different areas to take the task or mission to communicate, to reach out, and to coordinate in the various areas. The internal organizations, the secretary members said that they talked about their role to form a unified front, or the movement worked on establishing one united front that included all the statements, internal statements, the plans of the campaign under one discourse, one statement. For example, the advocacy plan included 16 points. The media plan included 9 clear points. The detailed points in addition to the problems, the central problems facing the movement, and also these statements were also posted on the campaign's Facebook, in addition to other media material, to see the dimensions mentioned in the advocacy and media plans. They were very clear and with clear statements. The unity had a lot of consensus with employees or maybe members with various social backgrounds or social intellectual or ideologies. They thought that this vision, unified vision, was a good one inside the movement to do more harmony, more internal harmony, so that people don't have any fears or concerns, because people wanted credibility. And this is what the movement worked on through the harmony and the principles and reflections of this unity. When we analyzed the data to the public or to the masses of the movement, we saw that these data included the requests or the demands of the movement from the various categories, like women and people with disabilities. These demands that are different from various, compared to various demands, were not random, and they were the result of a research effort by a team of legal people, politicians, economists, and social specialists. The impact on the movement, it is not a surprise that the lack of confidence in the government is a result of the authoritarian power, political power. This leads to a confused relationship between the public and the government. The social security movement has been able to touch upon this and to work to turn it upside down, so that to make a relationship based on confidence between the masses and the social security movement, which led to more support and solidarity. The next stage of analysis shows the four elements of mainly the importance of discussion in the meetings, focusing on the institutionalization, governance, and transparency aspects. They can never be confidence in the political system due to the corruption, because it's a corrupt one, and the analysis shows that there is always an emphasis on the satisfaction and the consent of the masses in the movement. So the meetings showed what is listed in the advocacy plan and on Facebook, that they're always communicating with the movement masses. The Facebook page shows that there are daily bulletins or newsletters showing or updating the public on the meetings and the results of the meetings. This was a central engine by the movement, also to encourage and to urge the masses to discuss and to take into account. So this page was important for information, the central source of information to the public. In addition, the page, when analyzing the page, it shows it is an open source for discussion and participation and interaction. We would see this in the newsletters posted about the law, amendments to the law, problems, potential problems in the law, and the readiness of the movement to answer to all questions and inquiries by the public on the political process. So the movement offered as an open movement, introduced itself as an open movement to the public. And when discussing with the members of the movement secretary, they said that main point in mobilizing a big number to the social security movement for a number of months and its continuity and support was because of the internal organization of this movement, and for framing it in a way that allows for mutual confidence between the people and the movement. Thank you. Thank you, Anmar.
Thank you very much, Anwar. Because we're so limited in time, I would have liked more about discussion. So hopefully through the Q&A, we'll go more into details. We move now to Mr. Our colleague Bilal Salame. Title of his title is the Palestinian social actor from the fragmented to the integrated act. You have 20 minutes. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anmar. Anmar should have come maybe after me. From a conceptual point of view, the title that we're here to draft it as a social, it's a comprehensive one. So there was this some hesitation in reading the Palestinian context, the individual dimensions, individual dimensions. So I was a bit hesitant. So I tried to look about for a new methodology that could read the context. There is an ongoing mobilization and intifada. So I would see things from a positive point of and not negative, and try to read in a different way of methodology, not how the mobilization should be, meaning not based on the ideological approach. I assume that the mobilization should have main points, 1, 2, 3 points. The second, when I talk about the actor, social actor, I don't mean the dimension. I could see the political struggle dimension, economic dimension, and men's and national. Therefore, it's trying to express and introduce a new concept. We in the social socials, there was this fragmentation between the researcher and the psychological factor, and we used to laugh on the students and the case. Even the psychological case is cases, and from the case has 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So the perception is how to present a content, that to present something different under the actor, the social actor. This is one point. This is main point, that the ideas presented are escalation to the main ideas that started in 2017, which means that there is a repetition for these ideas. In the reading of like what is the context, I would go back to historically. It's the theft of the land, and there's a new book that was issued recently about the importance of land as a productive tool, and taking it away. What does it mean to a Palestinian? Because taking it away from Palestinian as a productive tool means that you're controlling their awareness, even the typography of the minds, and so all these issues were. And that's why we always say that Bethlehem think in a way different than Hebron do, or elsewhere. And this is something. And the last point that in the conceptual issue is that a thesis is dependent on always. It's the where it tries to read the context in a different way of thinking and in politics, meaning that a tree, as a tree, it has roots and it has branches and it has leaves. Most theses currently are trying to look at for the reasons, factors, and outcomes. In his book, he says we're like plants that are like mint. If we water mint, it goes horizontally and so so it negates the issue that is it individual or collective. So it might look like it's individual, but in fact it is a collective. And the main issue that is also as the effective George Jackson said, I can but I can run my way, but all the way I would be looking for hopping. So it's the indicators, it's the things the from Fatah, Hamas, occupation, or the liberal. It has demolished the individual, meaning the individual is not able to confront, meaning that collectively is linked and tries to run away from a certain conflict to another conflict. Another point. So it's so the taking away the land in this context, with the lacking of infrastructure and a number of complexities and problems that were taken, has led to some the fragmentation issue in the action. And we try to collect things back. Is the drivers for mobilization were one, with the same drivers of those are the drivers of gaining the Damascus Gate. Is it more repetitive? It's more than Al-Aqsa or Sheikh Jarrah. Why Damascus Gate? What's its importance? Anyone who came to the Damascus Gate as had the same drives, meaning national objectives, religious drivers, or drink coffee, or just because it's a place to meet. All these reasons, with all these reasons, in order to be able to understand anything, we need to tackle it from all aspects and dimensions. And this is when the base of the paper rejects the Descartes division, or in the Bordeaux. It means that it's the illogical joint between the individual and collectiveness, and this is the meaning of what we mean by complementary. The main point that any action in general would have an actor, and to move from individualism to collectiveness in order to understand the base reasons, or the fundamental reasons that affected the Palestinian community on how to not to be isolated. We need to understand where are the initiatives that were called in the Palestinian context as individual initiatives. It's an accumulative action that expresses an awareness that was absented and was sieged, and in order not to take London, I would move to the Oslo. The Oslo Agreement, with all its details, have deepened the state of fragility and the national and economic vulnerability, whether economically or and with an adoption for the new liberal concepts after Salam Fayyad's term. So it's a governance, the neoliberal transformations were enshrined in the colonialism and in the Palestinian. And even our reforms, it's like Bayat said, revolution without revolutionaries. In most around the world, most movements were liberal, as if our demands is that about to reform the existing system and coexist with it. Some movements in Spain were angry, and their slogan was very important. It's about the issue is not our issue is not about the crisis itself. So our issue is not with the crisis; it's with the regime, and this is the issue with the movements in Palestine and the different. It's a social or union or political or medium. So it's about the system, the existing system. Now, are our qualifications and resources able to face this change? Yes, there is a change, and I can see this change, and I think that if we check the movement of those account holding account Nizar's piece. It's the regenerating of this state, and we're trying to link it with Saif al-Quds, how people went to the streets and so on. So there was this sacrifice. And having excessive using excessive force, and we are against using force, and it's banned to be used when talking about the context of liberation. Talking about also Bassel al-A'raj, the other social intellectual who tried to transform gradually from institutions to movements to writing in Venice. So this is a social action, political, and through his tours, he tried to maintain the memory of the place as a cultural project. In the same framework, I present here Baha Aliyan, just normal person, cultured, intellectual, and he's created the biggest national festivity. You call it as you wish, and but it had revived the sequence of reading. So these are the examples that we see them. They are not individuals, but they are trying to restore um, um, uh, the regain. So we need to add all these factors together. We see that there is a vision behind them. And as for the middle class, I call it the mediating class and not the middle class. I personally think of that. The mediating class means it has its own political project, and we think in a way as a middle class, the poor class and laborers would think in another, and the way, and the rich think in another. So those who are conventional, who have led this national middle class, have played a role in drafting the national scheme, played a very important role on the government's level, and especially, and I will go back to this dignity issue, that any national cultural liberation project should lead into the forming the individual and collective dignity, because maintaining the dignity of an individual will lead to the dignity of the whole society. This class actually is now consumed, can't struggle anymore, especially after the 80s, because it has to meet and struggling to meet the needs of the life, and would consent to some political settlements. I and from a cultural point of view, value point of view, the middle class is very important, because in the model that it tries to present with the different social movements, because, presents an alternative model from the authority or the occupation, because both so so this class have deprived the Palestinian society of having alternatives, no alternatives, because this middle class is it new social actors. These are the models that I presented a bit ago. The fragmentation that happened, it included all types of organizations, women's, youth organizations, which means things were fragmented. We're talking about human rights, we have needs, and so we're producing knowledge and cognitiveness, and we try to come up with something that can be reflected. And he said, Mar, that's not our role. Our role is to produce knowledge. So this is the issue. It means that it's problematic at times that people who are responsible for issues, and therefore it's withdrawing this or not having it in the society is a loss by itself to the society. Or with all respect to all organizations, but the fragmentation of the fragments of the efforts is bad, because we don't need to see these efforts dispersed and working in the same way with the same. That will lead into complementarity. We can work everywhere, but you need to have a cultural, political. So, what is the project that you try to present and not to work within the system? So we talk about if there's no middle class, no grassroots, and that presenting the services from the authority means complete compliance with the authority, whether in Gaza or the West Bank, as Peter Plau said. The more the educational services are limited to one entity, means that there is no compliance, and that's why we need to understand why some individuals and a number it became the eyes and ears of the authority, and even the leftists have stopped to provide an alternative program for the change. Internet is very important. It has facilitated the way for us to get information. However, this it misses the critical thinking or creative thinking. When any idea is presented, everybody comes to it. So internet played a role in engineering the approaches. It accelerated more the changes. There were changes in 2008, but so negatively the internet have activity. There's also the activeness. I do understand why one would label himself as active. Political parties now are unable to fill in the needs of the current. So the actor became very important and tried to negate that is strange politically. Well, what any action is a political action. There's no place for an individual in the political arena. So once you're in internet and you created a YouTube channel, so you're there whether engaged one way or another in politics, and this has generated lots of activists, especially those who are professionals and specialized. So there's a fragmentation of the fragmented. So so each has his own ideas in order to, and I'm working it in order to help in dismantling the wall and so on. In this framework, we see that there was economic mobilization, and the first it started in 2018 in against the Salam Fayyad, and with all respect to all, it was more a reaction to what was called the Arab Spring. So they first started to they bought mops and union demands, social demands, mobilization, all these details. So I believe in the 2021 elections, we would have seen a very important outcome. Many of Watan, dignity, freedoms, and so and all these. Some we're talking about communications and so on, the university, and what's noted here is the dignity. Nizar Banat died because of the dignity, because we need to see a sphere. So actions of what is called individualism, the social dimension and political dimension have accumulated, and so they're working on maintaining the Palestinian awareness that to tell the society we're here. You can demand for the union for in Bethlehem or the social security and insurance scheme. So there's a project that needs to be directing this action in order to become complementary. And I even use here a quote. It's something Raymond said. The rationalism of these of the decisions of to become a martyr. So it's not that they get martyred because he wishes to do so, because of the economic and social circumstances. وليد دقة. Walid Daqqa, an example, as a social actor in Station, he sent a letter. He said, "You need to maintain to secure yourself." Means, and while in staying he's a jail, and he was asking, and he dealt with awareness and culture as an individual resilience tool. There are a number of tools in maintaining the Palestinian dignity and awareness, and he referred to the Haita, and that Haita, it's like it fears you. The Haita, it does not, will not eat you up, but it will frighten you, and then you will follow. And in order for us to awaken, you would go and then you will bump into a wall, and your head will bleed. So and our parents would say, in order to keep your secure your life, you need to be aware. And this is what Walid Daqqa says, that it's very important that you need to fortify yourself. And he found in reading that it is an liberating action that he sent to us from the prison. And so we see the different backgrounds for the movements, for mobilizations, middle class, and so on. So it's the main message. Main message is dignity, and again, it's not in the liberal understanding. So dignity became monopolizing the whole Palestinian society. Even the convention was the Shafat camp people said that we will not work as a title of dignity until the 2021 strike, and they said this is the strike for dignity. Bethlehem and all areas have committed to it. So the dignity is a liberating cultural dimension, and so on. Thank you very much.
Let's continue with Ms. Rana Barakat. Nurturing Conversations, BZU Museum and Decolonial Practices. That's the title of her 20-minute presentation. First, thank you, Bilal and Anmar. I want to applause or clap. Congratulations for the certificate and the book. Thank you all for the invitation. It's an honor to me to be sitting here with you. I need to admit something, though. We're talking about a public sphere, and we're listening. We're listening in a public sphere also. Something good for the dialogue. Thank you, Ala, for introducing the title. An admission, the translation of the title. I'm sorry, Joyce. Nurturing conversation. I was arguing with Mawakib. She said that I should give it this kind of confusion, maybe. Let's try to think together. What do we mean by sponsoring the dialogue? Why I think about this? This is not the first time I or anybody else think the idea of this conference has become strange a bit. To me, it's strange. So prior to try to think or to think together, I want to have some system or order to the structure I want to address. Not necessarily Bilal, but 5 idioms or terminology. When we speak about sponsoring the dialogue, what do you mean by that? The methodology, that generating methodology. What do you mean by methodology? Something more difficult, that is hatred versus anger, and how my presence here is alienation. this word. We're in a conference and there are people, there is a podium, the people speaking, and we don't know if we are able to speak together. The traditional concept of the conference, there is research, publications, we have an opportunity to speak together and to listen to each other, to understand this exchange of knowledge, which is the radical difference between producing knowledge and exchanging knowledge. The structure that we're in taught us that we need to produce knowledge. What's the difference? So are we exchanging knowledge here? Is there a structure, in a certain structure, or just here in a conference? This leads to my first question prior to speaking. It's a challenge. How can we practice the space or the sphere? We are the sphere, we're together. How can we practice the generating, generative and not extractive production? This is the challenge. The academic structure is to produce knowledge all our life, whether a teacher, a student, an intellectual. What are we producing? What is the discourse we want you to listen to? It's not a dialogue. There's a radical difference between discourse and dialogue. In addition, I think the idea of checking as we are like a sick or an ill body, a people as an ill body. This is one important part of the alienation. We're not a body, we're not sick or ill. We live in a place under the colonial settler occupation and the capital pressure. This is, if we transform this into an illness, then this would take us to production. This takes me to the other idea, which is will have a contradiction maybe. Once again, this conference, we're listening to each other in this conference, but this discourse, and are we listening to each other actually? Are we discussing? Are we being sensitive about the dialogue among us? Why I ask this question? Because from this place, this spot we are in, which is the Muwatin conference inside Birzeit University in the West Bank, in the occupied Palestine, all of these are layers. But inside this university and the other layers, how do I see this? There's a strong strength or power that is the methodology of hatred to culture. Hatred, the cultural hatred. I mean by that, anti-intellectualism. How can I translate this? Dr. Modar said anti-intellectualism, said, or maybe against intellectualism or against thinking. I went to hatred because honestly, it's not only an ideology, it's the thinking. It's how many times we heard that this is a nonsense? What are you saying? Trying to live the reality. Why are you living in another outer space? And so the ideas are nonsense, or we can't go into a dialogue if we do not agree. Or who said that we have to agree? Is there a law that we have to agree together and not to be against each other or to be indifferent? Or this is what I mean by that hatred for the culture, for intellectuals, for ideology, all of that represents us as a radical change, as not just intellectualism. I think we are 20 years after the book. We can write a book called the Hatred for Intellectualism and for Intellectuals. This is very serious. This is not a test nor a treatment. It's serious because it's a basic reason for alienation. If there is alienation amongst us, what's the benefit or what's the use of the radical change? sometimes certain things are very complicated or maybe easy. We have the culture of revolution and the counter-revolution culture. The counter is the hegemony, the system, the whatever we are living. Is there a substitute to that? The common sense, the common sense is not the production of the exchange, or our exchange of thoughts is merely a presentation or trying to show off. If I speak about intellectualism, there is a seriousness, there is a risk, there is the elites and the elitism. Us in a university, do I mean when I say the intellectualism, the elite? I see the elite as an integral part of the hatred for intellectualism, for our hatred to the culture and exchange of culture. Eliteness gives us roles, provides roles based. Bilal was talking about the specialization or your specialty. There's the idea that the specialty is more important than action, or and more than knowledge, more important than experience. Since when specialty is more important than experience? This doesn't mean that we don't have the ability to learn, together and to learn from each other. This academic show of or is a basic part of the hatred for intellectualism. Why? Because it is without policy. It's a discourse without a content. You might, maybe you all know that Adorno is not because he was intellectual from the Frankfurt school. He used to be a revolutionary, and in the Palestinian context, Adorno, maybe he's understood because Edward Said relied a lot on him. In the revolution context, if there is a revolutionary text, Adorno is known for saying something and doing something else. In 1968, there was the student revolution. Adorno used to make a show of statement or speech. He used to say, to ask him to support them. He called the police, and he literally called the police. And sometimes things could be very simple. There's a song, which side are you on? It might sound simple, but it's complicated. It's complicated yet simple. This ideology without policy or politics, and intellectual without a political project, an emancipatory radical change. Again, we need to see the difference between ideology, intellectualism, and eliteness. This, you are elite, what are you doing? It's nonsense. Yes, it's the basic thing for alienation. We know that alienation comes in many places as a result of too many things in the capitalist context. As Mudar said, the production tools and the reproduction tools is something very important. That makes us understand alienation. This is a material sense. The alienation between the laborer and the labor itself, the alienation, and in the factory, we can speak about alienation at this academic factory. Maybe it sounds like a bomb. Or the idea of being in a university. Can we think that? Why is the university? What's the university for? This is a question. I don't have an answer. We need to stand and question ourselves. What's the difference between science studying and the mechanical learning system? This removes us from the from our political self. It's like we can live, like Bilal said, we can live outside an organization, but outside something political. Who says they're outside politics? This is a political position by itself, and we all know that. Therefore, culture, intellectualism, ideology, and is based on the radical change. This leads me to this difference between hatred and anger. Anger is important. It's generative. We can learn a lot from anger. I have a quote from Adrolor. I will read it. Audros said, she gave an advice. Hatred is the theory of those who do not share our goals, and its object is death and destruction. Anger is the grief of distortion between peers, and its object is change. So the basic idea is that hatred makes us hate each other. We put ourselves against each other, and anger, whereas anger is based on grief. There is grief, there is sorrow, there's lack of dignity, but it's based on how we can work together to perform and to lead to change. Adrolor wrote a lot about anger. I also wrote about anger. I found out in the last year and a half, since June 24, 2021, I found out that my own anger is based on hatred for intellectualism and ideology. We have become hated. Ideology has become hated. The methodological ideology and intellectualism system has become outside the reality frame, outside the frame of what's possible, or this anger hates us. Hatred, actually, hatred hates us. What can anger do? Anger can coordinate, can make us an expanded or a wide, a broad, a project against colonialism, against occupation, against settler colonialism that lead to the lack of our dignity or pride. But I have so many questions about the middle class or the mediator class. Between who and who? Mediating between who? So this question, the bourgeois class or the middle class, the cover, for how I see this, the cover its consumption. Consumption, how do we understand? To understand consumption, it takes a lot of time. It takes time to understand it. We are at a stage of capitalism that consumption is additional. However, consumption is a symbol that gives us space to cover our anger, to have a lifestyle. Consumption becomes a substitute for thinking. For it covers for something basic. It's not merely the political positions or emancipatory positions, but rather something basic that is our responsibility. The idea of responsibility. I wanted to reach to responsibility, but I have to go back to go quickly to try to understand. Let's try to understand together, what do I mean by cover? Cover, that it covers our mindset, our thinking, not the ability to think, but rather it's a cover for, it has become, this cover has made people feel entitlement, the feel of entitlement, that we deserve entitlement. This sense or feeling is the excellence to produce, the idea of excellence to produce something that might look political, basically political, but it is actually a discourse without content, and it covers or maybe alienates us from the radical position that we Palestinian from a Palestinian context, our life, that is our Palestinian life. It covers a list of demands that are based on consumption rather than dignity that he talked about. It also covers for something basic, that is the class struggle. It covers the main part, maybe, which is anger, the class anger. How does the consumption cover the class anger? This is a question. In 2022 and before that, we can stop and try to discuss this. class anger, it's anger, and hatred. Hatred is a bourgeois system or regime that avoids ideology on social relationships that are based on class anger, and how the class anger that can be radical and revolutionary at the same time, basically revolutionary. And let us think about social justice. What do we mean by social justice? If we don't have class anger as a basic thing, and this is the basis for dignity. Bilal, I wonder how in the last 10 years dignity has become a capitalism. Done with capitalism. How can it contain everything? Dignity that is basic, part of the revolution, radical change. How could this become in the liberal program? To conclude, I have some questions here I would like to raise. What do you think of Mirula? I would stop. I'm glad you left. But again, I would like to reiterate a part of the generative dialogue, which involves also lack of knowledge. Just as you talked about eliteness, I would like to speak about the hatred for intellectualism. It's not ignorance. It's not ignorance. It's something deliberate. Ignorance, lack of knowledge means you don't know. It's not carelessness. It's a position. So this idea, the result of hatred, the hatred for intellectualism that generates the lack of effectiveness or political or social or cultural or revolutionary effectiveness or activities. I wanted to speak about the heroine and the victim, but not today. Last but not least, the dialogue is ongoing. Some sort of patriarchy. I should have talked about the museum. Yes, I wanted to speak about the museum. I'm trying to finish here. The Birzeit University Museum is at the end of the university campus. It seems that there is an elite idea about the location of the museum and the history of the museum. Please place us next to the commerce school. So the conclusion of my paper or talk with respect to Anmar's and Bilal's papers, those were not papers, they were just trying to express their anger. So to conclude, and I hope this is a beginning, an invitation. We've been since a year since BRZU Museum. The space or the sphere is us. What are we producing? What are we exchanging? What kind of knowledge we are exchanging in that place? Since 6 or 7 months, we meet in the museum department on a weekly basis. We decide together what we need to read, what we need to think about. So this idea of together did not come overnight. We still face difficulties, the capitalist liberal difficulties, the structure that is surrounding us. So as this is the end, but yet it's a beginning, it's an invitation. How can we create a public sphere together? Thank you. Thank you so much, Rana, Anmar, and Bilal for this rich session.
Thank you. Thank you all. So it's either that I start with my questions or we open the floor to you to questions. Let's take a number of questions. And questions to those who are online. Please, there's a question you can write on the Q&A. Anmar warned me not to ask. I don't want to ask. I just want to clarify a point. It's the secretariat that she mentioned that is said that led to this social security, and if not most of them have very long experience in factual work, and a number of them still working are still in continuing this work, especially the popular work. Therefore, there is nothing about dimension yes because there's a big number around the world that wants to hit this relationship in the social and the political party. As if the political party diminishes any other work, there's no real social movement without being politically led. And I believe that the failure of the work is that there is no political leading. And I'm not talking about dominating leaders. So this is what leads us to this relationship. So this is just to clarify, and from the experience that we've seen for the social movement, and I've seen this, I was close to it. Two points that were mentioned by Bilal about linking the demands to political. Samir Amin, when he evaluated social movements on a world scale, said that they're not linked to policy and then linked to ideologies. These are the two problems. As for I mean, we can say that we can use this comparative to Palestine as well. The issue is that you struggle for reforms, economic reforms, but you're not linking them to the capital uh, political or the liberal political or liberal role. So Samir Amin also said that all the liberal methodology is about fragmenting the structure. Now look at the civil society organizations. They're the biggest number of this fragmentation. This is for children, this is another for agriculture and so on. But is there an organization that can hold under its umbrella all? No, it's only the political party. It's the one that draws the relationship between these parts and the whole political system. And this is when we talk it is revolutionary and say it's revolutionary. Mudar. Uh, uh, I would continue to what Wissam has said and said, and my discussion is towards more about what Bilal and Rana has said. What's the common between them? Yes, there is a danger. There is, yes, a forged awareness that perceives things in a different way. And yesterday, Ahmed Laham talked about the depoliticization uh, risk, which we accept as a reality, and then we start to analyze the phenomenon without the without analyzing the core. Uh, I'd like to say something very broad. Life is something linked and continuous as a quantum. It's not about in continuity and linking and interactive. So it is something unified. It's not fragmented. Therefore, and as Rana said, this separating production from consumption, and in between there's the exchange. So one who is able to separate between them is only the capital system. And if the goods are sold out of the factory, then this is it now. What happens to people if they eat it, they to this product is does not concern me. So this is not the same for people. And if they do not consume, it's different. We need to consume. We need to distribute. We need to exchange, and we do. And same goes for the relationship between producing knowledge and consuming it. So consuming thoughts, it's when the political action is based on a theory. This is where the consumption becomes. And the nature of this structure that tries to separates between them is that the production is hidden. It goes to Malaysia, to China, and so on. But the production is there. But however, someone else is steering it now. It does not. Um, it's not important who's producing it. It's the ones who are consuming it, and actually we're consuming. This is something that was produced, and this is what is hidden in this. This is clear as if we put in money and just like the and how they generate this money, how does it generate, it does not important, but it is linked to this production and there's no other choice. Same goes and same says Bilal, the relationship between the civil society that takes a small part, as if we are able to address the issues of children without addressing the issue of food or political issues. This is how it's fragmented, just like the goods in a supermarket. We need yogurt, but we don't care about the cow. Without the cow, we would not get the yogurt. So this is it. It's a cycle, and the animosity to culture and this is what I said yesterday. It's also part of the mechanism of forging the awareness that we're not thinking of how it's linked to the benefits of the, as if it's a duty. And as we see ourselves as if the culture is someone is specialized and work in a different way. So it's how we want to spend time on Facebook, do things, and this culture we don't care about how it's processing, and as it's not part of the production, including the cognitive production. I'd like to suggest that we and that we should not keep fragmenting things in our minds and to become more comprehensive in this system and around the world and to focus on the work as interactive and not separated as it's independent. Thank you very much. And I agree with Wissam and Modar, and I just like to mention something common between all what was said. Another aspect, it's the taking a position linked to something political party, a production, not fragmenting, not dispersing efforts, and which come to this taking the sides of that all even leftists have it. So this is part one of the links that or the parts that link all parts together. And that's when Bilal said this middle class that he called it a mediation force. So this is about the historical graduation in the Palestinian history. It's that we are there. We are take sides to this political resistant part. And one point, we just stand and Birzeit. I agree with Modar. Birzeit is the real example. One time it was a leftist culture that and now it is medium, like in the last last strike, uh, and so they are ready to hit the interests of others. And as you know, the salaries at the chart are different, and so the staff are low paid, and from the PhDs and whole and on, they are better paid. So we see this where do the positions differ? What is the how are they trying to rationalize this union system? Um, because that's what is seen. They're looking up to principal or a high position, keeping in mind what does it mean, as Mother Edwison said. So the middle class nowadays, yes, produces itself here and there. It's fragmented between being middle class, and historically it played a positive role in the struggle, and to being medium and completely is aware of its own interests, and this is it. Thank you. Last thing from Hamza, just a quick question to Dr. Rana. Where are the limits of anger in order for it not to be transformed into hatred? Is the anger in a class just like the anger over a colonial project, or how why we should reshape the hatred against a cognitive system existing actionary? Yeah, I will allow myself to present a number of questions. Thanks for the colleagues. Regretfully, I did not read the Rana's paper, but I was happy to read Anmar's paper and Bilal's paper. And I have a number of questions, but I will, my questions won't take long. Mm, Between the hatred of a mindset that we might think it might lead to populism or to fascist in its both models, rightist and leftist, and thinking shouldn't necessarily be radical. The question is, how can we intellectualism, uh, the type of dialogues that Rana just presented, that are there in a structure, the structure of an organization, that are not the example for the best this dialogue. So Bilal tried to gather all this the percept about what will lead to the social change. And my question to Rana, all it changes, that is, all hope change is positive. My question, and this expression that you're trying to say, it's as if trying to find an abstract concept that applies to all in the Palestinian context. And this is where there are questions like, for instance, the jet, nor are we using it as what, or and uh, then the question about using it, how is it used? How is it identified? And I'm worried that in our search for a comprehensive gesture to think of, to forget, maybe we will complicate the reality. I'd like to listen more about this. My question to Anmar, that was more specific, and and this is a hypothesis. If a question, if the social security movement was a real threat to the authority, do you think it would have been, meaning the youth movements, do you think it would have formed even a verbal threat to the authority? Social security was a demands movement par excellence. It means there wasn't a national dimension that would threaten its and as an authoritarian power. Would it have succeeded, even if it employed best tools? And the following question, is it related to so the social movement? It has continuity. So once the law was had ended, or they stopped implementing that law, means it has ended. So conceptually, we need to understand why did you use this concept to describe a social movement, which helps us understand this social act, the type of dialogues, because the structure of a dialogue is done in the Palestinian context. These are the general ones. And we have each of you have 2 minutes only to answer all these questions, because lunch is served right away by after this session, and the next session will be at 3 after 45 minutes after the end of this session. Thank you. Thank you for this discussion between us. As for hatred, if fire, if anger is fire, hatred, that it's the fire that we burn ourselves in. It's still hatred. It's the main issue of making a change. It's a practice by itself, and he said that he did not read, but I did not anyway deliver any paper. And even when I started to speak, these were ideas, just ideas, thanks to you, that we're exchanging ideas with each other. Just a point regarding the middle class. What I really want to understand more about and to discuss is we want to check on the long term, and even after all these years, that there's a problem in something called middle class. It's and since day one, it's been there since the beginning of the capital colonization. It's still there. So it means that in the legal term, it's a bourgeois transformed to a bourgeois. So maybe and worldwide in the worldwide, how can we or universal perception? How can we think of it? I think it was efficient, or it was active, but it's no more active because of the different changes and the political context that we're living in. But I don't have other than that. Thank you. Yeah, these are needs, and the movements come up to meet some demands. These demands, the movements are set for certain demands, but what's not spontaneous is that there's a political and social ongoing need that will always bring in this action. So the action is not spontaneous, and once done, it's done. It will be renewed in some other form to meet a different demand. As for your question, if the social security movement was a political threat and has a national dimension, I think yes, this calls to take into consideration other factors in the movement that I've seen. Although I think that changing this is a threat by itself. This authoritarian um, uh, funds. So uh, this change means that people need to guarantee where their money go and that they don't lose it for the authority. It's a type of a threat, but it's not threat for the political project. If there was a threat for the political project, things would be different, tackled differently. If the element of oppression would be included, what consequences would be, and if so, or the security, social security would be politicized. So there are different factors that might change the shape. It was a political, a social, economic movement, the social security. I won't also take long, but in general, yes, there was this question answer about the mediator. Yes, because it's now and trying to do changes. The main uh, idea is a theoretical direction, and I've thought about the difference. The society is variant. It has the leftist, the Christian, the others. So intentions are different, and the collective work is different. So there are no very similar interests. What? Why would one stay in prison for 30 years, or that the administrative that would be is 15 years? So why? There are other factors why people would go to Damascus Gate to protest. So that's why I took the example of the mint. The more you give water, the more it's productive. So it's the phenomenon. And if you check the phenomenon, we see that yes, mint by itself, but the roots are linked to each other, and we as individuals, we are different, but we have something in common. uh, Action and social action, what's noted here, and between manipulating and because hatred and anger, and how these intellectuals look at them, how they perceive them. So it's sort of to that normal people might attack others because uh, that's how they think. When we talk about the roots uprooting, where the liberal between the Marxists between and with the Islamic, and so it's we have to coexist, just like it happens in the Palestinian society, and we need to think of. So this is what we're talking about. Same for those who are the ideologies. Each of us is different than the other, but is framed within an action, but needs and requires the space to discuss together to something common between religion and non-religion, between the secular and others, and so on. Since it's a discussion. As for the question regarding the social security and for the government, if it's as for the government have responded to them. Otherwise, it would have been transformed into political. So there was. This is the first time that something happen, such a mobilization happens in Palestine. And if the government did not, it would have a response. And that's why there was this concern that it would be transformed to a political issue that would threaten the government. And that's why they stopped the social security. That's my analysis of it. Thank you very much.
It's important to have to be angry at the intellectuals. Bilal talked about the poor, the laborers. This exists in our society, but in the Palestinian scene, when the intellectual is supposed to awaken you, that's why I don't want to be angry against or at any intellectual. Some intellectuals write 2 or 3 times, for example. It's impossible to see someone collapse in a very or in a very intellectuals who are not being honest. We need to take sides with intellectuals who try to be who are revolutionary, who are honest, who are being who have the radical positions, straight positions. So without having to go into the difference about the difference between anger and hatred, this is something just from the practices of intellectuals that you can no, this is we now finish and our fifth session, and the next one will be around 3.
Hi, everyone. We're just doing self-sound check with Sandra. Querida, creo que tú ya has ido en la configuración de audio para quitar el eco. ¿Sabes cómo es o te digo? Entonces, al lado del botón mute, tú le das clic a la flechita y le das a audio settings o configuraciones. Ahí en advanced, abajo, te permite echo cancellation y le puedes escoger aggressive. Sigue hablando a ver. Está mucho mejor, sí. Porque sí, es que eso hacemos para que, es que para los intérpretes es muy difícil estos micrófonos malucos. Y pues ahí hay compañeros y compañeras que van a estar interpretando al árabe, entonces ya les envié. Sí, sí. Pues yo me imagino que estarán haciendo otra cosa de organización. Ah, bueno, bien. Sí, sí. Muy bien, listo. Nos vemos en un momento. Hi everyone. So I'm Blandine. Our main speaker is going to be Sandra.
جميعاً أنا بلندين وسوف يكون المتحدثون
So Aya, I think you're not in the booth. I was hearing you.
I think you hear me. This is Mary, the interpreter.
Oh, okay.
Blondine, will you be speaking or Sandra?
I'm going to speak.
Sandra, will you be speaking during the session?
Yes.
Okay, but your voice is actually really low. Can you try the mic or put it closer? And we will test it just.
Is the best my sound system?
So
Can
the
you
idea,
please speak a little bit?
I don't know why I'm hearing myself and ourselves.
I can hear you better. It's better.
We have three interventions for this session, but we have two interventions, two papers. We would start with Sahar Francis, the general director of she's a human rights lawyer. She's a lawyer specialized in human rights. She would be sharing her intervention titled Palestinian Civil Society Organizations Between the Occupation, the Authority, and the Donor. Sahar, you have 25 minutes. Please go ahead. Hello, thanks to Muwatin Institute for inviting me to take part in their annual conference. I'm really proud to be part of this discussion. I think 25 minutes would be too much, especially this is the last session and it's only us, we're only two speakers, so I would do my best to be brief and short so that we give space for interaction or Q&As. As a lawyer and director of Ad-Damir institutions, the work that we do alongside legal defense for prisoners and other relevant issues, I would be focusing today on the role of the institutions, including Ad-Damir institution, through the collective work under the Palestinian NGOs network, and also the challenges we faced whether by the Israeli authorities, the occupation authorities, the PNA, the donors, which has to do with shrinking the spaces and affecting the CSO's work, mainly human rights also. And the tools that we used to ask ourselves, have we made any success? And what is needed to facing the policies imposed by the policies, because this was the main element that affects the work of the CSOs. The Israeli occupation would not shrink the spaces for the CSOs or the Palestinian institutions, with the announcement of 7 institutions that that were announced on October 19 last year by the Ministry of Security in the occupation state as terrorist, announced as terrorist organizations based on the Terrorism Act of 2018. 3 years after the announcement, and military order was issued by the military claiming that these organizations are illegal. I can explain this later, the difference between the two announcements. But if we review the policies of the occupation since 1967 regarding the use of the emergency 1945 emergency regulations, no targeting, or actually targeting the community work, whether in human rights, law, or political parties. Articles 84 and 85 of the emergency regulations was operated against all the assemblies, all the groups who tried through their work and performance, whether to contribute to the resilience of the public or to struggle against the occupation. That's why today we find we have more than 450 institutions announced Palestinian organizations based on the or in accordance with the emergency regulations or the Israeli law, or they are announced as illegal organizations after the Terrorism Act was not announced yet, but it was basically to announce these bodies or entities as illegal. And this includes the student movement in the Palestinian universities, all the Palestinian political parties, including those who signed the Oslo Accords. They are still announced as illegal organizations or individuals, including the Zakat committees across the occupied territories. They are announced as illegal entities, also including the trade unions, health institutions, the media outlets, TVs, radios. All of this was to control and to engineer the society who can stay and who can be announced as illegal and be fought against or has had their properties confiscated. So this policy is differs according to the needs and interests of the occupation. After the post-Oslo Accords they were targeting the CSOs in the city of Jerusalem because they wanted to impose a political reality that the PNA is not allowed to have any political presence on the ground, and thus more than 40 Jerusalemite institutions that were registered according to the Israeli laws were closed down. They were registered as non-profit businesses, and they were closed down, and the Jerusalem institutions that still work on the ground are still being harassed. Their activities are harassed, their activities are suspended, whether cultural, whatever, they are targeted. Any campaign or activity the Jerusalem institutions try to do, they are targeted and banned from doing that, including the Orient House that represents it was supposed to be representing the national political level, which expresses the interest or the authority and who is in control on the ground, the actual authority. It was a very clear message. It was us. We are the ones who have sovereignty. The campaign against the institutions increased after the International Court of Justice's decision regarding the separation wall, and the Palestinian CSO's decision to launch the BDS and withdrawing the investments and the sanctions. And Al-Haq, we made some development or improving to the tools against the entities that fight us as Palestinian institutions. So it's not confined to a decision by the military by the military officer or a security order by the state of the occupation state that were illegal, but there's some associations emerged supporting the Zionist like Regavim, Sharat Hadim, UN Watch, UK lawyers, locally in the occupation state and across the world, associations aiming to harass the Palestinian institutions and their partners, including supporters, international institutions who work with us, grassroots who support the BDS and advocacy everywhere, whether in the USA, Europe, and elsewhere. They started to disseminate false information, and their main goal was to use the media, the social media outlets, and to try to operate the standards or criteria, including the transparency and in terms of disseminating our data and information, whether administrative or financial. The board of members of the board of directors in Ad-Damir and the fiscal data that were used against institutions in such defamation campaigns that started with disseminating information on the online or on the internet, and then they started to do methodological targeting of the donors and those who work directly with these institutions. Of course, the reasons linked to such harassment was the work of these CSOs. Among these reasons was the BDS. But it was basically to work on the accountability in terms of criminal legal aspect at the criminal court of criminal international criminal court, the UN, and Spain, Belgium, Britain. All of that led to an increased attack on the institutions. Of course, such campaigns to silence the supporters failed. Sometimes these campaigns used to lead to arrests or a retract of a certain funding project, or the donors from similar to the situation of the Swiss aid, Swiss assistance to Al-Damir organization. 3 weeks before announcing Al-Damir as a terrorist organization, Switzerland retracted its project that was being implemented since 3 years. So the failure of the popular campaign or the media campaign, that was the anti-Palestinian institutions campaign, led the occupation to increase or to escalate its announcements against us. However, we were supposed to think about the 7 institutions as separate from what's happening on the international arena regarding the anti-terrorism war that was launched after the September 11. And of course, the occupation state played a big role in internationally about what's terrorism, how to improve or amend the laws, agreements, and treaties that dictate conditions or and affect not only the obligations of the states, but also the work of the CSOs. When Palestine decided to concede the international treaties that included 12 international agreements addressing the issue of fighting or combating terrorism, and this was also linked to the to suffocating or to shrinking by the PNA on the sphere or the space given to the local CSOs or NGOs. It's important also to address to tackle the issue, or to ask ourselves how all these advocacy and institutions were tens or dozens of legal cases were opened either against Palestinians, whether individuals, institutions, or banks, even banks, international, and even against international parties who support the Palestinians, whether under the pretext of anti-Semitism. In France, for example, dozens of cases were opened against advocates and supporters, or those who, under the pretext of using the hatred or anti-Semitism speech, also files against the donations to the Palestinian National Authority and against the military operations that took place. All such efforts in Britain, and also in Britain, some institutions were subjected when we tried to use the public crowd fund at the international level, going to the credit cards. They were pressuring them not to give us accessibility to do mass donations on the internet under the pretext that we are terrorists. So such services were suspended. So there were different levels of pressures. The occupation invented a ministry that has no other a ministry for strategic planning, aiming to focus on the Palestinian civil society to develop strategies to fight the BDS and to distort the reputation of Israel and to try to hold Israel accountable. The work of the strategic planning ministry had intensive attack against institutions. It's true that this ministry was cancelled in 2021, but practically it's still it is still part of the Ministry of Justice in the occupation state, and the Minister of Strategic Planning is representing them today to the UN. He is given the complete space to make his suggestions or proposals, and this is the role that the occupation state is trying to play to try to impact the interpretations of the international law, the humanitarian law, and all the conventions. How to interpret such law provisions into strategies on the ground to be implemented on the ground against the Palestinian institutions. Of course, in the occupation state, the basic law today was not the emergency provisions were not cancelled, but rather amended, so it became part of the Terrorism Act. I would not go into the legal details, but the main idea is that when the announcement against the media was working against the organizations, we took a decision not to deal with that from a procedural aspect. The question we should always ask ourselves as Palestinian institutions, and as, of course, activists or individuals who are subjected to such violations on a daily basis, what's with the legal provisions or tools or mechanisms accessible to us according to the Israeli law? Are we supposed to discuss them? Are we supposed to send appeals or against them, or should we boycott them? This is a question. This question is always raised, but with the absence of a collective national program that expresses all the interests of everyone, of all parties, we are always facing this dilemma. Same applies to the house demolition, administrative detention, torture, unfair trials. Same question. Criminalizing the institutions, same question. Returning the bodies of the martyrs that are still held in the numbers tombs or cemeteries, because the High Court gave the state the permit to keep these bodies until they have an exchange with Hamas in Gaza. So my question, when can we reach a stage as a Palestinian society that we have collective answers to these questions? This was one of the main questions we asked ourselves as 7 institutions. Is it is it okay that we need to be the spearhead of this broad regime system? Today, Israel announced 7 institutions as being a terrorist organizations, but this was a test case to be used with more institutions or other institutions, and they will have the role. Who will be outside the system that they want to impose, the annexation. Today, we see the annexation plan being implemented. If you look at the work of the institutions, such as the agricultural committees in Area C, focusing on the settlements under ICC cases, that Al-Haq is tracking the imprisoners issue. They all have to do with the political program of the occupation state that it tries to impose on us. So this is also linked to the role of the Palestinian Authority that, as I said before, was not merely signing the international treaties or agreements that the PA conceded, but at a local level, the local context, whether in the justice, courts, amendments to the laws, the associations, though the non-profit organizations or companies, all such procedures that were trying to affect the performance of the institutions according to or based on their interests or based on the political interests that the PA thought was okay. And of course, the pro-division deteriorating situation, the closing down of many institutions, claiming that they did not do their regular meetings of the General Commission, or the board of directors were cancelled. So that the aim or the objective was a political one, to close down the institutions that are affiliated to a certain political party. Currently, we are facing amendments that have to do with the international agreements. The Monetary Authority tries to do new procedures on the reports and how the companies would affect. It would affect those who are known as profit organizations, as opposed to the other CSOs or NGOs. It is, of course, the aim is to prevent money laundering, but of course, it is connected to the international system about the terrorism, fighting terrorism that is supported by the USA. Struggle. There are too many details about how the work of the institutions was tackled, the demonstrations, the killing of Nizar Banat, and all those paradoxes between the programs or the strategic, the security apparatuses, the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Justice, and other ministries, and the actual practices on the ground, which is all related to their connection to the donations or the donors projects. The main dilemma here was the funding a project or the conditional funding battle that started with USAID and today with Europe, who signed and who didn't sign the ATC. We go back to this one when the EU tried to impose this or to make part of the contracts with the CSOs, an indication to the European standards about terrorism, and that there are 7 parties announced as terrorists. And this experiment unfortunately only revealed the problem and the weakness of the Palestinian civil society. We were unable to confront this with the strategic thinking, but rather it led to a variance of positions. I don't want to say separation or isolation, or boycotting, but there was a real issue with the positions between who signed the ATC or these preconditions and considered them as CSOs. They don't play a political role, and those who thought they would never sign these agreements. This agreement. So without this serious discussion at a broader level, not just the law institutions or those who were criminalized or terrorism claims. They are the ones who should provide the responses to substantial issues that eventually that express a national program. Where are we from this national program? We are part of this society. Our role should go in line with the emancipatory program for the Palestinian society. Then I can decide as an institution if I want to do an appeal against the criminalization decision, or should I resort to my people's protection? Thank you.
Thank you, Sahar. And this is you've laid it to us the methodology that is used by the occupation. Now we move now to Sandra. Sandra,
Yes.
can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. Sandra is a member of the in Colombia, and Sandra part of a People's Congress and mass social and political movement in Colombia. She's a PhD student at the University of Autonoma Pobella Institute of Social Sciences. Her paper would be under the title Occupation, the Donors, Social Movements, People Power in Colombia. 25 minutes for you, Sandra.
Thank you. Can you hear me? It's fine?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Good day for everyone. My name is Sandra, and I'm going to speak for my partners, Luz Angela Rojas and Blandine Dukes. And we write this paper for share with you. And I'm going to speak slow because the English is not my language and it's difficult. Thank you for the invitation. And I'm going to read. I want to show you some image. Okay, the paper is named Construction of Popular Power in Colombia, the Experience of Agro-Food Peasant Territories. I'm listening the Arabic the translation. How can I do or stop?
Just 1 minute.
I'm going to turn off my own sound for don't list the translation. Okay. Right by the chat, please. Okay, I'm going to start. The construction of popular power in Colombia, the experience of agro-food and territories. We are part of a social and political organization in Colombia called the People's Congress. The People Congress brings together regional, sectorial, grassroots organizations, including process, peasant, Afro-descendant, indigenous, urban workers, women, youth, among others. People Congress is a mass social and political movement in Colombia that through self-organizing intends to build people power. We look forward to build together with other peoples around the world an internationalist alternative against patriarchy, capitalism, colonialism, and imperialism. I want to show you where is Colombia. I want to share you a map. Um, because John, everybody knows where is Colombia. Um, Colombia is Colombia is a country that is part of the American continent and specifically of the subcontinent of South America. It's located in the extreme northwest with an area of more than 1 million square kilometers, has access to the Pacific Ocean to the west and the Caribbean Sea to the north, besides having in our territory part of the Amazon. The Colombian population, according to 2021 estimates, is 51 million inhabitants, distributed mainly in the urban centers like Bogotá, Medellín, Cali, and Barranquilla. Our population has communities that recognize themselves as indigenous, representing 36% of the total population according to 2080 data, and self-recognized Afro-descendant communities representing 9%, who mainly inhabit area of natural protection. Colombia, as well of all of Latin America, has a geopolitical value for the capitalist economy and the powers that are currently in a multipolar dispute, such as the United States, China, and Russia, for example, who see our regions as a source of natural resources. Mining resources such as gold, copper, lithium, coltan, among other minerals necessary for the corporate energy transition. And common goods for subsistence, such as biodiversity, large tracts of forest, large rivers, and freshwater source, and energy resources such as oil, coal, gas, and wind and solar resources, among other raw materials that have been intensively exploited, generating a primary export model based on royalties that thus don't generate added value and only benefits transnational corporations through weak and almost non-existent environmental tax and labor legislation, and benefits political elites that plunder states through corrupt policies. At the political level, it has historically been characterized as a country governed by a conservative, degraded, and corrupt right wing that is aligned with the interests of the United States, which has a strong interference and interventionism in the country, which is expressed with the installation of 7 military bases distributed throughout the national territory, with diverse military support in training, armament, and incidents in security policies, mainly the anti-drug policy and the military doctrine of the internal enemy, which since 2001 with the Plan Colombia has focuses on the attack of rural communities and their forms of production and programs disguised as social policies. In other words, militarization in Colombia has increased with the excuse of the fight against drugs, but it has become a persecution, criminalization, and repression of rural and community social organizations. Um, uh, Tradition and struggle and social organization. In the midst of this context, our country is also characterized by a long tradition of political and social struggle that has been carried out by both rural and urban communities. Sectors such as peasant sector with National Association of Peasant Users and currently the National Agrarian Coordinator and National Federation of Agricultural Unitary Trade Unions at the union with central unitary worker unions and its articulation by sectors such as teachers, oil industry workers whose union is the oil union workers, which is 100 years old. All of these are organizations with more than 50 years of organization and struggle. And in the recent years, numerous territorial organizations have emerged of urban dwellers, women and feminists, which respond to new social and political dynamics, but which arise from the need to solve fundamental needs such as housing, health, or education, and to confront the consequence of neoliberalism in Colombia and the militarization to which we are subjected by the elites, companies, and the international capital. There is also a tradition of guerrilla struggle, including several of Marxist-Leninist and Guevarist ideology, which emerged in the 16th of the 20th century and have participated in different political negotiations in the framework of several peace processes in the 80s, 90s, and 20s. The last and best known peace processes ended in 2016 with the signing of a peace agreement with the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, which, despite achieving the disarmament of more than 4,000 combatants and reducing violence in several regions of the country, has been systematically breached by the government of Ivan Duque. He was president from 2018 to August 2022, and has led to the rearmament of the dissident sector of the FARC, the guerrilla, exacerbating the confrontation and giving new life to drug trafficking and paramilitary structures. Additionally, there is in Colombia the National Liberation Army, ELN, guerrilla in Colombia, which maintains its action and presence in territory and is currently resuming dialogues with the current government of Gustavo Petro. To complete the picture of the war in Colombia, it's necessary to point out that there are paramilitary groups which operate as contra-insurgency and anti-communist private armies in collaboration with the state army. The paramilitaries are financed and supported by right-wing governments and capitalist sectors of large landowners and cattle ranchers who own large tracts of unprotected land, which is why their military target in the peasant organization that have fought for decades for the redistribution of land. The policies of the School of the Americas in the United States since the 1980s has imposed paramilitaries and has taken the war to such a level of degradation that they have committed hundreds of massacres against the civilian population, torture, rapes, disappearance, massive displacement, and crimes against humanity. In Colombia, we have 7 millions of people displacement, more than 8,000 political prisoners, um, 200,000 people disappeared, and like that. Such as playing one of the more terrorifical scene in our war was when the paramilitaries playing soccer with a human head in front of an entire community, for example. These paramilitaries are currently armed groups that cross their interests with the drug trafficking, with exercise territorial control based on fear and the destruction of the social fabric of the communities. Colombia rurality cannot be understood from a merely economical dimension. In order to understand rural Colombia, it's necessary to understand the integral nature of what territory means for the communities. The agrarian conflict is a historical constant that has its origin in the inequalities in the forms of production in the regions, the erosion of fragile ecosystems due to intensive agricultural practices, the establishment of a mechanization model in the countryside based on agrochemicals and machinery that weakens the soil, limits economic production, and in-depth the peasantry. To the other elements of the conflict is the imposition of projects in the territories by action of the multinationals who benefit from the dirty war of expropriation. These extractivist activities range from monoculture, as in the case of sugarcane or oil palm, mainly produced for agrofuel, coal or oil exploitation, minerals, or hydroelectric projects that contradict the previous occupation. The last agricultural census of 2014 showed an increase in the concentration of land considered suitable for agricultural activities. Now, in the last decade, the struggle for the land in Colombia has taken a step of complexify the understanding of peasant life. And if the redistribution of land is still a demand, the respect for water sources and the possibility of taking care of the forest and the species of plants and animals that are there. In this sense, they have gone from a struggle for access to land ownership toward a more holistic approach. How to generate a productive economy that coexists with the environment, how to defend and care for the peasant culture and small-scale food production, how to appropriate technologies, how to transform food, and how to improve the relationship of distribution of the cities. In the other words, we have moved from the struggle for land to the defense of the territory. It's understand that the territory is a social fabric of collective and community social relations and of the human being with nature, which has produced a specific form of culture according to the ecosystem. In Colombia, the peasant culture near large rivers in the Caribbean zone is different from the peasant culture that lived in the Andes at 2,500 meters above sea level, where it's cold, or the peasant culture of the savannas where humidity is very high. And each territory has its specific climatic, social, and cultural characteristics. There, the peasantry has produced a differential form of production and local economy. Now I'm going to speak about specifically about agroalimentary peasant territories, a proposal of territory for a dignified life. The history of Colombia is the history of its social, political, and armed conflict. Therefore, it's also the history of the peoples who have resisted colonization and the imposition of capitalism. It's necessary to understand that in Colombia, there are indigenous communities that have less than 40 years of contact with the West, that the Afro-descendant peoples, Maroons, were learning in the depths of the jungle for decades to escape slavery in the 19th century, while the mestizos were moving further and further in search of land and peace. This reality led the people to practice self-management far from the centralist state of Bogota, that is the capital city. To this day, there are large tracts of land where the only state presence is the army. Indigenous, Afro-descendant, and mestizo people have had to coexist, learn from their mutual values, and establish form of self-government. This is what we at the People Congress call popular power. There are various forms of territorial organization, indigenous councils, Afro-descendant community councils, peasant reserve zones with varying degrees of legal recognition, and the agro-food peasant territories, which are the autonomous form of organization, the territory for food production without state recognition. These territories are an integral response to long-standing problems such as land concentration, the configuration of the centralized white land-owning elite supported by a state that has generated public policies against the peasant economy. They are an economic, social, environmental, and cultural proposal that seeks to respond to a series of problems linked to violence, dispossession, inequality, and state neglect. There are currently 8 agro-food peasant territories in the national territory. In the Departamento of Nariño, in the south of country, are 3. In Arauca, frontier with Venezuela, are 4. And the Nariño Cauca in the south mountains of the country is 1. In economic terms, the agro-food peasant territories articulate the production of food processing to give greater added value, the possible distribution and commercialization of the products, and the consumption of healthy and clean foods for the peasant population itself. This integral scheme seeks to improve the income of rural workers as well as to generate greater virtuous circle in the care of the soil through agroecological restorative agriculture, or at least the orderly decrease in the use of agrochemicals. In the same way, the economic proposal that incorporates the agro-food peasant territories seek to improve the profitability of food production through associative forms with cooperatives and solidarity economy, which reduce the cost of intermediation. In this sense, it understands that the economy is not only the generation of income in monetary terms, but also the improvement of production condition and the improvement of the collective living condition of food producers. In environmental terms, the agro-food territories integrates the restoration of watersheds, the restoration of the soil and its chemical and organic components, the recovery of productive practices that are less harmful to nature and human health. In its sense, in this sense, it combines technical and technological innovation that may come from the technical and university education of young farmers or people who are linked to organizational processes, and the wisdom and knowledge of farmers who have inherited other types of effective, efficient, and ecological sustainable practices. By combining this economical perspective with the environmental perspective, we can understand the territorial perspective proposed by the agro-food peasant territories. Territories is not reduced to the amount of land that peasant families can access, nor to the technical support that comes from the state, nor to the amount of food that this economy can produce, nor to the credits that can be accessed to generate income, as the classic agrarian reform perspective had it. Rather, it includes care of the soil, care of the for water, care for the health of those who work the land, and the integration of organizational grassroots to improve the quality of life of men, women, boys, and girls, and above all are to articulate action to link and connect decent production with consumption in the cities. And we say that without economic autonomy, there is not political autonomy. It's important to highlight that the agro-food peasant territories are a form of territorial management ensured and peasant organization that have been involved for years and decades in political resistance to extractive projects, war, systematic abandoned by the state, and other types of projects that threaten the existence and integrity of these peasant communities. Thus, the social base of the agro-food peasant territories are autonomous organizations which have political assembly forms with unpaid collective works called mingas, convites, or mano de vuelta, that is solidarity work between families, and exist health, culture, women's committees, and other types of activities that are developed in rural community life. Similarly, these peasant organizations are politically articulate in regional and national scenarios of political dispute against the state and against the sectors of loud-owning capitalism or neoliberalist capitalism that seek to dispose them through economic policies, contrary to the territorial proposals. The National Agrarian Coordinator, the People Congress, and the Peasant, Ethnic, and Popular Agrarian Summit are some of the popular political scenarios from which the Colombian states has been questioned, and large-scale political initiatives have been generated proposing new models for the country. Those agro-food peasant territories are a proposal to maintain the economic autonomy of organized peasant communities and to materialize initiatives and alternatives in rural regions. They are initiatives to power in the territory of popular power. In spite of defending and shaping political autonomy, peasant organizations don't intend to renounce to public funding from the state, but rather to develop models of public community management that respect the political form of the organization, while at the same time making public use of the state resources. The social conflict is often expressed in large mobilizations, road blockades, and strike, the most famous being the popular uprising of 2021, when thousands of people from the rural but also urban excluded sectors took the streets for more than 8 weeks. In the mobilization, the guards, indigenous, maroon, peasant, and some form of urban wards are visible. The word in everyday life is a community body for the protection of the territory, which in many cases goes hand in hand with a system of justice autonomous from the state courts. Armed with a baton, whose purpose is to represent the community authority that is given to each guard. This authority is revocable, and it's based on the legitimacy of the popular power constituted in the territory.
2 minutes, Sandra, please. Thank you.
Finally, we want to talk about the power people is to save life. What we call popular power, we know the Zapatistas call it good government, then in Kurdistan it's called democratic confederalism, is nothing more than the self-determination of the people who in their wisdom knows that the state is the instrument of those who seek to dominate them. Today in Colombia, there is a government considered progressive, and we hope and we will make every effort to make it the opportunity to consolidate popular power, which according to us is the only one capable of turning history around. We are blessed to be able to share with you today because we know that the possibilities for peoples to free themselves from the colonial and imperial yoke depend of their capacity to articulate, to organize, and to struggle side by side toward a common horizon. And it is in this kind of space, in the land of such strength and pain as Palestine, that we can build common dreams to change the trajectory of the history of humanity.
Thank you, Sandra. شكرا جزيلا لساندرا على مداخلتها والتي
And I don't know if Blandine
It's
want to say
presentation.
something more.
ahead, please.
It's fine. Thank you.
Okay. شكرا جزيلا ساندرا على مداخلتها والتي تشير في طياتها أن السيادة على الغذاء
Says sovereignty over food is the seed of resilience and resistance. Now we ask the floor. We open the floor for Q&As from both the hall and from the chats. شكرا ساندرا. لدي سؤال. ورقتك اعتبرتي أن القوة في الغذاء وكيف حققتم هذا في كولومبيا من خلال الديمقراطية المباشرة والحكم الذاتي؟
Of the threatness that Colombia has been faced, for example, from the government, from other issues that make the people in Colombia making all these communities to protect their lands and to protect the food sovereignty. Thank you.
في أسئلة أخرى لساندرا؟ لسحر كمان؟ أوكي.
Sandra, it's so nice to see you and to have you with us. I wanted to ask about if in your work, you're taking in consideration the complicity of the international corporations, including some Israeli companies that are complicit and in your work, especially on the food industry in Colombia, and of course the arm industry and the surveillance technologies.
هل هناك أسئلة أخرى ولا ساندرا بتقدر تجاوب؟ Okay, Sandra, would you please answer these questions? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Blandine. I've been writing the text with Sandra. I'll be the one answering the question. She had trouble understanding them very well. So first, thank you for your question. It's an honor to be with you today. So first, the first one, what I grabbed was that whole question around repression. So the kind of repression that's been faced is really, I would say, similar in its mechanism, not in the amount. I think we've been learning a lot from human rights organization in Palestine, but we're facing criminalization. So usually judicial frame, judicial, they're framing people, trying to say that peasant leaders or leaders from those territories are linked to the Marxist guerrillas, putting people in jail, disappearing people, and like all these kind of massacres and things like that. And despite some change in Colombia, we're still facing the same human rights situation. And in terms of the complicity of multinational, definitely, like multinational are the big winners of the war in Colombia. They are the one since the beginning of the war that are taking the gold, taking the land, taking oil, minerals. They're even making the law. We have a huge issue with Canadian companies, and the Canadian state is being complicit because the Canadian state is the one that's been writing down with the lawyers of a multinational the mining code. So the law in Colombia is actually a law that's been designed by multinational for their own benefit. A state entity was saying a few years ago that actually in Colombia, for each $100 that a multinational invests, the Colombian government is actually giving them back 102, right? And there's a whole legal framework around that. So right now there's a new government who's been saying, oh, we'll say no to fracking. But the minister say, the new minister who's an environmentalist say, oh, we can't do anything about that because we have a contract signed and it would cost millions and millions of dollars to the Colombian state to get rid of it. There's also a lot of lawsuit against multinational for directly financing paramilitaries, for directly being involved in the war. And in the case of Israel, there's like a lot of issue, like people here used to say like Colombia is the Israel of Latin America. And there's a lot of relationship and a lot of political and economical agreement. So most of them are on the defense side, surveillance, like everything that they try on the Palestinian people, then they try it on the Colombians and vice versa. They organize together one of the biggest harm deal festival like once a year here in Colombia, and we've been organizing here several events against it. And lately, and it's even worse, what Israel has been doing is like they just did an agreement with the new Colombian government on food implements, meaning of agricultural implements. So, like all the things that you need to actually grow food. So Israel appeared like the savior after the start of the Ukraine war, being like, oh, we're gonna be there for you. And they actually have a huge diplomatic offensive with a peasant organization, even inviting people to go to Israel and see how great is everything and things like that. So it's been also one of the solidarity campaign we've been doing with some folks here that are linked to the BDS movement, is try to raise awareness in those autonomous territory and self-government so that they can declare themselves as free zones of apartheid. So trying to link those struggles in that sense. So I hope I answered all the questions.
Thank you so much, Blandine. المضبوط في عندي سؤال لسحر. احنا بنعرف انه السلطة الوطنية.
We know that the PNA is suffocating the banks. It's trying to shrink the banks, and the banks want to protect their own interests. So the banks impact the institutions. So there are problems with the foreign funding. Is there a substitute for a local or national funding to support these institutions who are suffering from the lack of foreign funding? Of course, the role of the banks is important, and the policies of the banks are not isolated from the authorities' policies towards the banks. And of course, they are profitable organizations. That's the banks. For example, the Arab Bank, unfortunately, they closed down accounts of Ad-Damir and Nash Al-Usra Family Rehabilitation Association and other institutions before the occupation authorities took the official decision to announce us as terrorist organizations. In 2012, the Arab Bank tried to close the account of the Ad-Damir when it was announced as a terrorist one. So here comes the role of the local society and the role of those who are aware of these things. We have not been able. We failed to establish a serious substitute to the foreign funding, and this is not connected to us only as Palestinians and to our awareness of the importance of participation and community engagement. No, I think this is a problem. This is a regional problem when we look at our behavior as Arab organizations, when we look at the conditions, the political conditions in the agreements, politically conditional agreements with the UN resolution 1267 was before the states started to take procedures, even though this is linked to Taliban and Al-Qaeda to guarantee for the institutions. When we used to go into arguments or discussions at an Arab level, it used to be like we're talking about something out of the blue or out of nowhere. Why are you discussing this? Why are you discussing the emancipatory movement, Taliban? You just sign the agreement and get the project. And this was a real problem to me. Our understanding our role as institutions, organizations confronting such policies, not just to look for substitutes. We need to confront such policies and then to look for community alternatives through voluntary work, which is absent, totally absent. I don't want to sound pessimistic or to say that it disappeared, but it's much less compared to before. And when I compare what happens inside the occupation state, how many institutions have been built from voluntary money and from donations, from Israeli, whether Israeli or Jewish donations, it's a very bad situation. Our situation is really bad. Any other comments? Your question to Dr. Sahar is linked, is relevant it's linked to the this morning's session with Dr. Giasman on the role of the local community and how it is dismantled, fragmented, doesn't have grassroots. Now, this absence of the civil society's organizations base made them rely on donations or on the donors. And since this funding is conditional, this also made the community connections absent if the CSOs have their own base and voluntary base and more voluntary work and volunteers, it would become easier or maybe possible for us to work as a substitute to foreign funding, which takes us back to we need the voluntary work to come back. We need the institutions to be voluntary so that they have their own more grassroots. They can do self-funding, they can start to produce their own funding. So one of our problems in Palestine, and even more than the neighboring countries, our huge reliance on foreign funding according to certain agendas. No project can end. They are extended always. All the projects are extended because employees get good salaries. So this is a real issue. It's a deeply rooted issue or problem since more than 20 years. Thank you. Yes, it has so many dimensions. We can't discuss this in only 2 minutes, The conditional funding is not accepted. The culture of voluntary work, the culture of the associations and organizations who as opposed to the voluntary work, many aspects can be involved here. Any other comments or questions? So let me to conclude this last session of the conference. Thanks a lot for the participants, for the speakers, for the facilitators and moderators of the sessions. Thanks a lot to Muwatin team, each and every member of the Muwatin, and to the Computer Center at Birzeit University, mainly Mr. Taleb Daghanin. Thanks to the sound technicians, Ihab Haniye, and thanks to Fadil Kashif, Iyad Jadallah, and Narmin from the public relations. Thanks Mary Khouri and Haifa Siam, the interpreters in this conference. Thanks to the services department in the university, mainly the guards, and thanks to all the volunteers in this conference. And we hope to see you next year in Muwatin's annual 29th conference as attendees and as participants. Thank you so much.